This is not a procedure. It's just a hard-working cream.
Revitalift Triple Power with pro-retinol, hyaluronic acid, and vitamin C visibly reduces wrinkles, firms, and brightens skin in 1 week.
Ladies, it's time to ask for more.
Revitalift Triple Power by L'Oreal Paris.
Do effective social media in under 20 minutes a day. You sort of get your thoughts ready, you put them into some kind of social media scheduling thing, and then you just release them at strategic points over the day. On a break later in the day, just go on your phone, you see who's interacting, who's engaging, who's not. Make a couple of responses, a couple of likes, a couple of favorites. It doesn't have to be overwhelming, so that's where I would start. And as to which platform, here's what I would do. Which one is most native to you? My guess is we got a lot of videographers here, a lot of people who love video. So probably is YouTube and TikTok maybe, or Instagram Reels. That would be natural. The other question to ask though is, where's your audience? Like if you have an avatar, where are they?
Welcome back to the Think Media podcast. My name is Heather Torres, and I am the host of this show. And here we are helping you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high income and a high impact online business. We're giving you tips and tools every single week. So make sure you are subscribed wherever you like to listen to your podcast. We are making this podcast available everywhere that audio is available, as well as on YouTube. So if you've not been to our YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe to the Think Media podcast YouTube channel. That's right. We have 2 different channels. So you can subscribe to both of those to get all of the video uploads that we have available for you. Now, I want to thank everyone who has been a part of this podcast as we've been growing. And this is so awesome that we get to do part 2 of the Carey Nieuwhof series. Carey Nieuwhof is one of our mentors here at Think Media, and we've actually coined our entire year to be At Your Best, which is based off of Carey's newest book, At Your Best. We have gone through part 1 last week, and then additionally, Sean actually did some teachings with our team all around the theme of At Your Best. So I'll make sure to link up all of those additional episodes down in the description below, or wherever you're listening to podcasts in the show notes as well. But we are in part 2 of this interview series where we actually had Carey come and speak to our leadership here at Think Media. And last week we talked all about burnout. Now this is a real issue. The idea that content creators, CEOs, and admin assistants are burning out. And so we wanted to help our team be at their best this year. And so Carey talked about how to go from the stress cycle into the thrive cycle. And today we're actually jumping into a different part of Carey's background. And that is that Carey is also a content creator, along with being an author and a pastor and a whole resume of who Carey Nieuwhof is now. He is also creating content on a regular basis. But he's not just creating content and spending a bunch of time doing it. He's a highly efficient content creator. So we wanted to break that down for you and take you behind the scenes on what we did with our team. So today we're going to be talking about 2 different pieces, what the difference between deep work and shallow work is. And the other thing that Carey does so well is his podcast actually has very high profile guests. So if you want to be able to have a YouTube channel or a show where you can be bringing on high profile guests, he's going to break down how he was able to get people like Simon Sinek, Rick Warren, Michael Todd, John Maxwell, and Seth Godin as guests on his podcast. This was such a great insight that he gave. So let's jump into today's featured content.
Carey, I want to dive a little bit deeper on your secrets for highly productive content creators. Here's one of the things that impresses me about you. First of all, again, not meant to say from flattery or because you're on the podcast or because this book, has been so profoundly impactful. But I read a ton of books. I actually read a lot. I'm excited lately. I'm reading about 3 books a week right now. Blessed to be able to kind of have that momentum going. And I just love books. And I also love the process. As an author myself, YouTube Secrets is at like 80,000 copies sold or something. Wow. And I wrote a couple not great books. YouTube for Churches was all right, ebook only. And I've helped others write books. And so I'm just kind of obsessed with the process. And one of the things I love about it is this book's actually really good. Not just the content is good, but it's also like a really good book. The frameworks are thought through. It's well written. It's like the perfect length, 200 pages. But then when I read the outro too, it was also impressive to see all the people that helped or spoke into it or reviewed the manuscript. But then I'm like, okay, so not only this, but I also read your book, didn't see it coming. Amazing book as well. And then I think about, okay, you have this podcast and it's just been consistent. You've been doing it for years, and you're blogging. You've been doing it for years. And it makes me think of this word, prolific. You've consistently created quality content over multiple years. And I think that is one of the big challenges for us as content creators in general, and also YouTube creators. It's one thing to start doing a weekly video. It's another thing to do it for a couple of years. And so I want to dive into your secret specifically for content creators. And not everyone maybe wants to write a book, but it's kind of the principles are the same. If you're going to write and outline a strong YouTube video, it could be a 4 or it could be a 10. And you've really carved that out. Let's start with when you started creating content. Like for those maybe too that maybe they think, well, I didn't start early enough or whatever. Like, how about for you? Like this journey of shifting from being a pastor of a church and really not writing or being a podcaster. When did you start creating content, and what's kind of been your content creation journey?
I got serious about it about a decade ago. So, it's not too late. I started probably in 2012, and that's because I wrote a book that year called Leading Change Without Losing It, which I think is still out there. And I kind of realized publishers don't sell books, authors do. So I read Michael Hyatt's platform, and blogging was still a thing. Believe it or not, it's still a thing. We have more traffic every year on it, if you know how to do it. And I thought, okay, I'm going to start blogging. And what I did, the transferable principle is I call it a content well. So if you think of a well that holds water, you've got content wells that are really shallow and content wells that are really deep. So being a pastor by training like you, Sean, I thought, I'll probably write about spiritual growth. And I got like a couple of posts into it and I'm like, this is a really shallow well. Now I'm a Christian, I'm a pastor, but I felt like that's for Sunday. Okay, that's not what I do for leaders. And there's lots of pastors who do that. That's great. That's not me. And then I thought, well, I've been a communicator my whole life. I'm going to write lots about communication. And then I realized I got 10 posts on communication. Like, there's my tricks, right? That's what I got. But when it came to 3 subjects, leadership, which is pretty broad, change, and personal growth, and this is a personal growth book, I still can't find the bottom of the well. And chances are you have I would say probably for you, Sean, one of your content wells is how to do YouTube, how to do video, right? Like that's like, oh, it's changing all the time. What can you get up and write about, film about, talk about day after day, and it's effortless? For some people, it's food. It's like you love being in the kitchen. I've like 5 go-to recipes. That's all I got. Really shallow content well. Other people like every day they're chopping something new. They're trying something new. So find your content well, because if you can do that and it's a deep one, then that's half the problem. Second thing is find a template. There's got to be a template that you use. So my blog has a template. I'll give it to you. It's super simple. And again, you're like, blogging, that's so 2012. We had 7 million page views last year, so I wouldn't pronounce it dead yet, and it keeps growing year after year. Template for my blog, for an article that I write, is state a problem that the reader is facing, explain why that's a real issue, what's at stake, make it a little bit worse, agitate a little bit, and then go into the solution. Solutions are bullet pointed. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here's 7 insights, whatever, 5, 3, pick your number, boom, 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 a little bit on each, and then you wrap up. That's a template. Believe it or not, it's been working for over a decade and attracting a bigger and bigger audience. My podcast is long form. And so it's let the guests do the work, let the guests talk. I do a brief intro extra. I try to line up great guests. Sean, you've been a guest. Try to line up people of consequence on the podcast. That's what I do. And then for my videos, I'm less of a video guy by nature, but if I do, it tends to be repurposed content or shorts from some of the other work that I'm doing. So you want to think about a template, because then you don't have to think about reinventing the wheel all the time. The other thing you want to do is market test your template. And so I noticed that when I write in that blog template, it goes really well. When I variate, fewer people read. When I do long form content on my podcast using the template that I've created, it just gets momentum every month. It just keeps growing. So that's led to, I think, 46 million page views over the last decade, and about 21 million downloads now on the podcast. So, that template makes it easy because I'm not reinventing it. And yeah, every year or two, you think, is this really working or not? Maybe you make some tweaks. But that way you just get up and you pull from that content well, put it in the template, and away you go.
That was a rich portion of coaching there, Carrie. And I think what's fascinating is, in a lot of ways, the template you just shared could be a template for a YouTube video outline as well.
Absolutely.
Stating a problem.
In this video, you'll learn 5 things that...
Or have you ever been frustrated by this particular thing? This is a big deal, and agitating it, it's actually worse than you think. And so let's talk about the solutions. And so that's so powerful. And I want to dig a little bit deeper because one of your most influential assets is your video podcast. I love that in the book you also talked about the fact that you can do this in your yellow zone because you leverage the power of interviews as well, because they're doing the heavy lifting. You've, of course, came up with good questions, but you could create those powerful video podcasts. And I think it was when we originally talked too, you hadn't started your video podcast but you had recorded all the conversations because you wanted to look at people on Zoom or whatever. And I was like, Carrie, it is irresponsible for you to not have just at least upload, even if you didn't title these well, even you might as well just give people access to all these incredible conversations you have. But what I love about it is YouTube is not your primary platform, but simply by starting an interview podcast, you have leveraged the power of also putting those videos out there. And I was just checking out your channel, and some of them have over 70,000 views, and you've got thousands of subscribers. And that's kind of like not even the main thing, it's kind of a secondary thing. But I'm curious about this. When it comes to social media, what is your strategy and cadence for creating and distributing your content across platforms?
Yeah, so on YouTube, you're right. And you were one of the key catalysts to getting us on YouTube. And it was we had this stuff in the archive. We were ripping the audio, so we started putting it up. And now I think 2022 is going to be a year where we put more energy into our video presence online. But the cadence tends to be more regular than you think. So right now on Instagram, we'll share one post a day on the main feed and then a few stories, probably, anywhere from half a dozen to a dozen stories. And then we'll also do some reels from time to time, often repurposing content that we're shooting like this for my podcast, or sometimes I'll go direct to camera with a message. Twitter, believe it or not, leaders are on Twitter. So are people who love politics. We're not so much into the politics, but we're into the leadership thing. So we'll post 7 to 10 times a day, just little excerpts, tweets, thoughts, sound bites on Twitter. Facebook, a very similar thing. One of the things that's given us a lot of traction lately, and my social media person, Carly, is amazing at this. She just asked really great questions like, what did seminary not prepare you for? Let us know. There's no fancy graphic or whatever. I think we're 300 comments and counting on that one. And then you save it, you go back in there because people told you what they're struggling with. Now you've got blog content and video content for the future. So sometimes simple questions. We're a little bit on LinkedIn and a few other platforms, but those are the major foci for us. That's powerful. And right now, how much, when someone listening to that, I'm curious, kind of two-pronged question. How is it these responsibilities delegated to your team? But what advice would you give to somebody if you were starting over and you're still a full-time pastor, or you're still an attorney, and that's where you're anchored, but you want to start moving online. And so you're by yourself, right? And you're going to tackle a platform. Would you try to be on all the social media platforms as a solo side hustle season? And so maybe speak to that first, and then obviously where you are today. Well, your business model, everything, it makes sense to have a team around you. So let's speak. But what advice would you have? Well, that's how it started for me. I mean, I was solo. It was a hobby, man. So I didn't have a team. I was the team. And I picked it, this is again a decade ago, just Twitter, Facebook, and later Instagram as it sort of went into the mainstream. And I started doing that. And, you've got, I don't know exactly what our team uses right now because they handle all the scheduled stuff. But, Buffer and other schedulers like that can really help you. You can do effective social media in under 20 minutes a day. You sort of get your thoughts ready, you put them into some kind of social media scheduling thing, and then you just release them at strategic points over the day. On a break later in the day, just go on your phone, you see who's interacting, who's engaging, who's not. Make a couple of responses, a couple of likes, a couple of favorites. It doesn't have to be overwhelming, so that's where I would start. And as to which platform, here's what I would do. Which one is most native to you? My guess is we got a lot of videographers here, a lot of people who love video. So probably is YouTube and TikTok maybe, or Instagram Reels. That would be natural. The other question to ask though is, where's your audience? Like if you have an avatar, where are they? Are they on TikTok? Are they on Instagram? Are they on LinkedIn? LinkedIn gets overlooked. If you want to reach young men in business and corporate, LinkedIn gets overlooked all the time. I spoke at South by Southwest a couple of years ago. Every young entrepreneur I met from Silicon Valley, Austin, places like that, they're like, okay, let's connect on LinkedIn. Like that is just where people are at. So ask where your audience is at, what's natural for you, and then use the scheduling service to set that up, and you'll save some time.
Brilliant. Now, one of my questions after I'm a listener of your podcast, and we'll link that up as well. I think that when the leader grows, everybody grows. That's not your quote. It's probably Craig's.
That's Craig Rochelle. He's the author of most quotes. So
you're right.
Yeah.
But ultimately, that even maybe you're listening to this, you don't consider yourself a leader. Man, if you listen to leadership content, you grow as a leader. You will be better at YouTube. You'll be better in your family. You'll be better in life. And I think it's what's needed, because as YouTube creators, a lot of us are we're kind of like accidental entrepreneurs, and we haven't had much leadership training.
No.
And so definitely check out Carrie's podcast. But what's kind of crazy about your podcast is you have high profile guests. So you've had Simon Sinek and Rick Warren and Mike Todd, John Maxwell, Seth Godin. You've also had CEOs of organizations and celebrities and different people on your podcast. I'm just kind of curious your advice for anybody that would aspire to have high profile guests. Like, how did you kind of build that momentum out for your podcast when it comes to some of those more high profile people?
Timely question. I was working on a resource on exactly that today, Sean, for leaders. So you're not going to probably start by landing Adam Grant or people like that. They're extremely busy. And if you're holding out for that, good luck. So what I would do, and this is what I did, I started with the people I know, your friends, like who are the people who will text me back, right? Who are the people who will answer my email? And fortunately for me, I had known Andy Stanley for the better part of a decade when I launched my podcast. And so it was a big ask, but I felt reasonably comfortable asking Andy and went through the appropriate channels, and he agreed to be guest number one. So that was great. So who in your immediate network has the most influence where you could possibly get her or him to be guest number one? And then what you want to do is continue to ship your show, and you just deal with the leaders that you want to deal with, and you talk to them, and you get your friends to be on the show. And again, you got to think, is this going to serve the audience? But you do that, and then you'll start to build up downloads. And then it's like, wow, we have 10,000 downloads, or, we got 100,000 views, or whatever it is. And then what you could do is you could take your library of guests, your best known guests, and your stats, and you can start to cold call people and say, hey, I've done 25 episodes, because the reason a lot of people, even if they know you, will not kick off your show is podcasts in particular, and I'm sure there are lots of YouTube channels like this as well. Everybody starts off big, and then eight episodes in, they're in the graveyard. And so nobody wants to take, like a busy person does not want to take an hour of their day to do your show that you are not going to have the discipline to continue 8 episodes in. So now that you've got 20 episodes or whatever, you can say, hey, Sean, I'd love to have you on my podcast. I've also had this YouTuber, I've had this person. Try to find out who their friends are, and say, we've also got 100,000 views, 20,000 downloads, whatever that happens to be. Would you be open to it? Let them know you know their work, and then say, either way, I'm going to remain a fan. Really appreciate you, Sean. Thanks so much, Carrie. And you kind of go from that. And so, like, I just, do I have the book here? No, it's upstairs. 4,000 Weeks. I started reading that book by Oliver Berkman. I thought, man, it'd be great to get him. Emails are really easy to find on the internet, believe it or not. And so I just emailed him and told him I loved his book. I respect his work. I'm also an author in the space. listed all of his friends because I Googled him that I've interviewed. And remember, treat your guests well, because if he's friends with Adam Grant and Seth Godin and Malcolm Gladwell and Simon Sinek, they all talk. And it's like, who's this Carey guy? I don't know this Carey guy. And it's like, oh, don't go near his show. He's a deadbeat, right? You get a reputation. So you want to treat all of your alumni well. And fortunately, Oliver said yes. He had actually bought my book, At Your Best, a month to the day before I emailed him. So he's like, this must be a thing. We have to do it. So we're going to connect and do the show. Or, Ramit Sethi, who's a huge online marketer. I've cold called him a couple times. He finally said yes to be on the show. But I'm like, I bought your courses. I love your work. I've been a student for years. Here are some of your friends. Don't say here are your friends, but my guests have included. And that's a way of cold calling. And believe it or not, we all do it because we're all connected to some people, but there are some people we don't know. So you're going to have to get into the habit of cold calling and respecting them, knowing they're busy. I'll often put in the email, I know you get 100 of these a week. I can understand if you don't have time, no worries, but I'd love to have you on the show. And often, believe it or not, the majority of times it works.
Killer advice from Carey Nieuwhof. So grateful for everything you've been sharing today and these secrets of highly productive content creators. Hey, Think Media Podcast, I highly recommend you pick up a copy of At Your Best. Again, at Think Media this year, you can even check out our series. Carey, we are doing a 4-part series. We're not even through it, At Our Best as a team. And we're talking about our themes are at our best in terms of wellness. And that's really kind of like the heart of this, being in that green zone. At our best in terms of productivity, you hit that as well. And in terms of mastery and excellence. At our best in terms of service and our community. And then at our best in terms of our mission and really being mission and purpose driven team. And so we're devoting a year to this. And I just want to really thank you and honor you for putting so much love into this book and so much excellence into the book. It's really a blessing to our team. And want to give you a chance, of course, to shout out where can people connect with you, follow you, anything else that you would love the Think Media podcast community to take action on. This would be your chance to shout that out.
Well, I just want to let you know, I'm very humbled that you would do that when you reached out to me and let me know that was happening. That there's no greater joy for an author or content creator to see that their work is making a difference. So you really humbled me with that, Sean, and I'm grateful and excited to see what's next for you and the team at Think Media. You can find the book anywhere books are sold. You can also go to atyourbesttoday.com. And then I'm an easy Google. I got a weird name. And we started something new called the Art of Leadership Academy. I went to law school, never learned how to run a law firm, went to seminary, no one taught me how to run a church. So we're trying to help leaders with the soft and hard skills of leadership over at the artofleadershipacademy.com.
Man, I love it. Carey, thanks again for coming on the show.
Co-pilot, I'm freaking out about the speech right now. How can I get it together?
All right, simplify, speak slowly, own the room. You've got this.
Today's game doesn't start with the tip-off. It starts off the court, putting in reps, putting up shot after shot, and putting together the right team so you can take what's yours. When you get ready, you stay ready to earn another W on the court and off.
Mass Mutual is committed to helping all women plan, protect, and grow their financial futures.
Thanks again for coming on the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, Sean.
Well, I hope that you enjoyed that interview. And it was such a privilege to have Carey Nieuwhof in there talking to our entire leadership team. Here at Think Media, everyone is a leader. So it was such a great experience to be able to have him as part of what we're doing here at Think and have his influence as what we are bringing into the podcast. Again, I'll make sure to post all of the links down below if you're watching on YouTube and you want to go to a previous episode, or if you are listening on audio, it'll be available for you in the show notes where wherever you're listening to audio on. And I'll make sure to link up Carrie's book, At Your Best, and check out all of his books. Carrie is such a fabulous author and is really someone who has leveled me up as a leader and as someone who is wanting to be at my best throughout this whole year. I actually have to credit to Carrie Newhoff for helping me change some of my own daily habits so that I could be at my best, not just for when I'm doing at Think Media, but so I could be at my best for myself, my husband, and my kids, and that I could really be living my best life. So I'm so grateful for his influence in what we're doing here at Think Media. You can actually say thank you to Carrie if you'd like to over on social media by taking a screenshot of this on your phone, tagging him on social media, and make sure to tag us as well at Miss Heather Torres or at Official Think Media. Well, thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing. And every single week, we love to shout out one of our Think Media community members who has rated and reviewed the podcast for us. Today, it comes from Mr. B. Paz. Says, love this show, love this podcast and everything about Think Media. It has definitely helped me choose media products, taught me about software setups, and ultimately inspired me to get in front of my camera and just hit record. Oh, is that not the message we love to preach? Just hit record. I'm so grateful that you are part of our community and that this podcast is impacting you on a level that's going to help you get outside your comfort zone and actually press record. Well, thank you for listening to today's episode. Make sure you subscribe wherever you're listening to this podcast on, and we'll catch you in next week's episode. Bye.
It's a wonderful world. Nerds Gummy Clusters. Unleash your senses.
Versace, bright crystal. At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Give yourself time to step away from work and do something else that doesn't involve work. Don't take a break, go on your phone, scroll on TikTok. Like, completely separate the two. Create a personal life that's separate from your work life.
When anxiety, stress, and the pressure of a life comes on a content creator, it can be the perfect storm for burnout. We're going to be going deeper into this conversation, and we've had several conversations like this here on the podcast, because as a content creator, there are certain signs when it's going to happen. And today, we're going to be sharing that with our friend Modern Millie, who is our guest on the show. My name is Heather Torres, and you are listening to the Think Media podcast, the #1 podcast to help you grow your YouTube channel and your influence on that YouTube channel and turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. Now, burnout is something that I personally have experienced at different levels, depending on the pressures of life and the seasons of life. As a content creator and entrepreneur, this is vital that we have these conversations, that we see the signs that are happening. So let's get into today's featured conversation with Sean Cannell and Modern Millie.
Welcome back to the Think Media podcast. I'm excited to have Modern Millie back, Instagram expert, YouTuber, 160,000 subscribers. But I'm so passionate about this conversation because we're here at an event and we were talking at the speaker party and she's sharing a little bit about her burnout season. And what's kind of crazy is I think at one point or another, all of us as creators, as entrepreneurs, as business owners have felt the early onset of burnout. We could be in burnout right now. We may not know it. And there was a season where there was a proliferation of articles about YouTubers burning out. We're hearing about TikTokers burning out. And I do believe there's some unique pressures and some unique dynamics that actually really impact our community here at the Think Media podcast that we should be aware of. And so eventually we're going to be talking about some 3 tips. If you might feel like you're in burnout or you want to determine if you are, we'll talk about some diagnostics and some tests and we'll learn from this. But I mean, we got to dive right into the story.
Yeah.
Lead us through what happened, what was happening before, and and you found yourself in burnout. What's the story?
Right. In 2020, it was the first time I experienced burnout, and I just had major anxiety anytime I would open the Instagram app or YouTube app. So I just took a few months off, took a break, and I was like, wow, I'm burnt out. I can't
What was
create.
happening up until that point? How much hustle, how much work were you doing? What was your life and career like?
I was let go from my job, was planning a wedding. My dog was diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder, and they said she had 80% mortality rate, so she was probably going to pass. She ended up living, so I'll say she's fine now. But it was just, life was crazy. I was posting every day to Instagram, and there was no really warning signs of, hey, you're going to be burnt out. I didn't know. I thought I was elite. I thought I was above it. And I was like, I already have great boundaries set. I'm fine. And one day, after getting let go, finally my dog was like healthy, and then we had to cancel our wedding. Once everything just lifted off my shoulders, that's when it all set in, and I was like, I'm done. So that was like the first burnout I ever experienced.
Wow. So then how many years leading up of content creation specifically, and how many hours a week would you say you were working on in business and entrepreneurship?
It was really maybe 1 year into my journey. It wasn't really long at all, and I was trying to do it full time. So I was working, maybe it was 5 months doing that full time. I had to get another job because I was like, oh, I should probably get a job to pay for a wedding shortly after COVID hit, and I got let go. So it was just bouncing a lot, trying to juggle a lot of hours in work and with my passion.
So it hits. What did it feel like? How did you know? I mean, and what were some of the symptoms and what was it like?
So the first time, which was 2020, I was just exhausted. Anytime I looked at my phone, anxiety would increase right away. I really had to distance myself from social media. And then the second time, which is the more recent time, back 2021, August, I got really sick. And it didn't really creep up on me. I had just finished a course launch, my first course launch ever. And I came home from a New York retreat and I fainted.
Wow.
Randomly, in the middle of about to record a YouTube video.
Were you alone? I mean, that sounds scary.
It was terrifying. So I was sitting in front of the camera, getting ready to record. Next thing I know, I'm in my living room telling my husband I'm fainting and falling to the floor.
Wow.
I blacked out everything in between. And that was the scariest thing because it's like, I don't know how I got here. My first panic attack happened right there of just like extreme anxiety, can't breathe, what's happening. And from there, it was maybe August 7th, all the way through November, I was getting sick. I was having panic attacks. Like I had this mysterious illness. I had 105 degrees, tested for everything. And that fever would come and go for months.
Wow. And so, I mean, I'm so glad you're here today, and you've navigated through that season. And I want to hear more details of the story, but let's kind of share some of the tips you've learned and lessons that we could maybe encourage ourselves with. The first one was don't wait. What do you mean by that?
I think I was waiting to feel burnout before I started taking the measures to protect myself and to really take care of myself. So because I wasn't feeling, I'm fine. I don't need to take care of myself yet. I'm fine. That's the problem with entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Is we're usually fine.
Sure.
Like we're fine with stress. We thrive under pressure. A lot of us thrive under that pressure of continuing to work, and we like work. We love what we do. And so we think, we love what we do, so we can just do that and be fine.
Yeah.
And that was my problem was, well, I love what I do. I'm not feeling stress. Like, I don't think I'm feeling stress. My brain wasn't recognizing it. My body felt it, though.
Wow.
And so that's why my body had to retaliate and be like, nah, Millie, we're going to sit your butt down. You might not feel it, but your body's feeling it. We're going to make you rest.
Yeah. So did you slow down your work pace? What did you learn at this point, you're saying, encouraging us, don't wait, do the things before this happens, but it did happen to you.
Yeah.
So what are the things that you started to do?
Now, the simple things, starting with the simple things like drinking more water, eating foods that nurture you, incorporating movement. The biggest thing that I've learned is to complete the stress cycle. So usually we think when I complete the stress cycle, I'm ticking off boxes on my to-do list. So you have your to-do list and those things are giving you stress, and then you're going to check boxes, and once you check that box, woo, stress is gone. Wrong. You have the stressors and the stress. The stressors is your list of to-do, and then you have the stress, which is the physical response to the stressors that needs to be resolved, and that is best resolved through movement. So incorporating some sort of walking every day, or maybe going to the gym, going to the beach, yoga, something to get my body moving to resolve those stress responses. That's been the biggest thing for me. And then finally setting those boundaries.
I know it's late and you all have families, but I'm just going to keep talking.
Just add crayon. Crayon mango for you. And boss, you get a crayon pineapple if you admit this could have been an email.
One of these people uses the new Colgate Total Active Prevention System. It's 15 times more effective at fighting the root cause of many oral health problems. As for the other guy,
Sarah? Good luck.
be dentist ready with Colgate Total.
Setting those boundaries.
Hey, we're going to get back into our featured conversation with our guests, but I wanted to let you know that we have a free masterclass happening right now to help you grow your YouTube channel. If you go to thinkmasterclass.com, you can learn the secrets to success on how to win on YouTube. That's thinkmasterclass.com. And if you're new to the show, we want to welcome you and ask you to subscribe. If you're watching on YouTube, you can hit that subscribe button, or you can subscribe wherever you listen to this content on. Thanks for being a part of our community, and let's get back into our featured conversation.
So don't wait to start taking care of your health. Don't wait to get moving when it's tempting to just grind all day and be in front of a screen all day and edit all day. Don't wait to really be aware of stressors and the stress. And then you kind of touched on number 2, set boundaries. So what have you learned, and what advice can you give us about setting boundaries to avoid burnout?
I've set some hard boundaries, and it's still hard for me to stick to these, but setting those boundaries of a start time and an end time for my work. And this is what works for me. People will have different types of boundaries. For me, my start time is 10 a.m. My me time is before 10 a.m. So that's my boundary of starting my day, nurturing myself, whatever that looks like. 10 a.m. I go to work, and then I'm going to work for 4 hours. 10 to 2, I'm working. 2 is closing my laptop. I'm done. After 2, set that hard boundary. Even if I want to keep going, and I could keep going because I love what I do, stop, go on a walk. Eat food. Who would have thought? And just give yourself time to step away from work and do something else that doesn't involve work. Don't take a break, go on your phone, scroll on TikTok. Like, completely separate the two. Create a personal life that's separate from your work life.
It's really good. So what boundaries, Think Media Podcast, do you need to set? Who do you need to communicate with? Maybe talking to a partner, a loved one, talking to your calendar, and setting some hard boundaries. That's such a great tip for navigating and overcoming burnout. And then your next tip is check yourself. What do you mean by that?
I mean, setting boundaries, it's part of it, right? You can set boundaries and be like, whoa, I set boundaries. And then you stick to those boundaries for a week. But naturally, you want to fall into those habits of like, okay, well, I did a week. I feel great. Now I'm going to fall back into my pattern of working 10 hours a day. So you have to constantly be checking yourself and being like, am I sticking to these boundaries? Am I actually sticking to them? For me, sometimes I don't stick to them, and I have to check myself and be like, no, you need to stick to them. You need time for yourself. You need to spend time with your husband. Like, you need to nurture the other relationships that are outside of work and prioritize your self-care, the relationships that really that you value outside of work. So always, every week, being like, could I do better? like you say, 1% better. Could I get 1% better with setting boundaries this week?
That's really strong. This is so powerful, Millie. You know, one of the commitments my wife and I made this year was to really honor the Sabbath in terms of like really disconnecting. We read a book called The Ruthless Elimination of Hurry, and like really getting off our phone and really actually not shopping that day because there's other days to do it. And so it's not like overly dogmatic, but like really taking a day that's different, that's set apart. And, you know, we're people of faith. So we believe God wove that into the fabric of the universe, that we're to work 6, but rest on the 7th. And what I've learned is that that is such a day of checking yourself.
Yeah.
It's a day of like realizing maybe how stressed out I was, trying to slow down, realizing that there's transitional emotional things, you know, realizing that there's also just margin now created to go on a walk and leave our phones at home. And it's changed everything. And I mean, it kind of makes sense because if like we're breathing out for 6 days, it's like a chance to catch our breath and breathe in on having a time to check ourselves. So that's something we've been doing, we've really been learning from, and it's been so powerful.
Yeah, and when you think about the creation story itself, what did God do on the 7th day? Rested. And so making sure that we're having that time to rest, because when you rest, this is something that blew my mind. When you rest, you're able to show up even better and stronger, and you have a more clear mind. I was just on the grind of, I need to show up every day. I need to show up every day. But that's not true, because when you take the time off to rest, when you then choose to show up, that's when you're more fulfilled and you could show up even better and more exuberant and clear-minded.
Do your best work. I heard James Altucher say, don't buy into the myth of not getting enough sleep. Ariana Huffington wrote, you know, The Sleep Revolution. She passed out and woke up in a puddle of blood because of pushing it so hard. And so, man, check yourself before you wreck yourself, as the great theologian Ice Cube said. But certainly this idea of navigating the road of burnout. And as entrepreneurs, type A driven, check yourself is like the point, because I can find that it's a month goes by and we're like, wow, that wasn't the best month, but we can reset, get back to it. So I hope you're encouraged, Think Media Podcast, to not be critical. This definitely shouldn't lead to guilt. Check yourself for burnout, but to get 1% better, because we don't just want the 15 minutes of fame, the short thing that social media is pressure and YouTube's pressure is like, I got to frantically grow as much as I can, because it's like, no, I'm a lot more interested in being healthy and around 5, 10, 20 years from now than just 20 minutes of a viral video. And so, Millie, really appreciate you. Grateful you came on the podcast. For people that want to check you out on YouTube and Instagram, where can they find you?
My handle on Instagram is @itsmodernmillie, and then on YouTube you can look up Modern Millie.
Well, I hope that was an encouraging conversation to you. And if you're in the comments on YouTube, I'd love to know, have you experienced burnout before? And what were some of the steps that you had to take to get yourself back to normal? I know for me personally, there's been several seasons where I've experienced being on the cusp of burnout particularly. And, you know, for me, it has come with being overwhelmed with too many decisions, or overwhelmed with all of the expectations that, one, I've put on myself, but that I've let others put on me as well. So if you feel like you may be heading into that season, you know, we've had some crazy years over the past few years. And as a content creator, trying to stay on that hamster wheel of always producing content, always showing up as your best, always making mistakes and redoing it, I can tell you that I've experienced those types of seasons. And in that, one of the things that I've had to really remember is this phrase, Heather, it's your race at your pace. And that means that if I need to take some time for some self-care, or if I need to take some time to really invest more time into my children or into my marriage, that is okay. That we are multifaceted human beings, and that this is a long race. And so it needs to be your race at your pace. And I'm going to encourage you that if you're feeling, anxiety, if you're feeling overwhelmed, to just take a step back and really maybe reflect on the gratitude in your life, and maybe reflect on when was the last time you really rested. And for me personally, that's the place I have to go. And I have to really internalize a lot of those things, because I still care what people think about me. And because of that, that means that I put extra pressure on myself to be a performer, to show up as my best, to have people like me. And over the years, as I'm approaching 40 eventually, can I say that to you here on the podcast? As I'm approaching 40 and have, heading into the season of teenage years with my kids, and have been married for over 15 years and been doing this thing as content creation and digital marketing for the last decade, I can tell you that it is a long game, and I want to be here for it. I want to know that this is something that I can sustain for the next 20, 30, 40 years, so that I can make a big impact in the world. And I hope that encourages you, that over time, I've just noticed that we think we can accomplish more in 1 year, and we underestimate what we can actually accomplish in 10. So don't put the pressure on yourself to just make it happen right now. Remember that everything in seasons is okay. Thank you for being a part of what we're doing here on the podcast. And if you've not rated or reviewed this show yet, I want you to go over to iTunes, if you're not there, and rate and review the show. And you might be featured on an upcoming episode. Today's featured reviewer is J Vine 86. He says, a must-listen podcast for creators. I've been following the Think Media crew for years. If you aren't familiar with them, make sure to give them a follow and listen for the best marketing tips. Well, thank you so much for leaving that. And I'm so excited that you've been following the crew here at Think Media. And it's awesome to be able to read your reviews on the show. Well, if you didn't catch our other episode with Modern Millie, I'll make sure to link that down in the show notes below, or if you're watching on YouTube, in the description, if you want to go back and listen to the part 1 of this conversation that Sean Cannell and Modern Millie had. Thank you for being a part of what we're doing, and we'll catch you in the next episode.
When you dare to combine sweet and tart, you get a Sweet Tarts Rope. That's so sweet, you'll pucker. Sweet Tarts, dare to combine.
Cook put it this way: instead of focusing on the competition, focus on the customer. World-class service gives us a competitive edge. We don't need to be obsessed with the competition. We need to be obsessed with the customer.
I love this quote from Jeff Bezos. He says, we see our customers as invited guests to a party, and we are the host. It's our job every day to make every important aspect of the customer experience a little bit better. And in today's episode of the Think Media podcast, we're going deeper into how to serve others well. My name is Heather Torres, and you're listening to the Think Media podcast, the #1 podcast to help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. And today we're going deeper into the impact side. Over this year here at Think Media, we've been diving into a book by our friend Carrie Newhoff, At Your Best. And over the last year, we have done different sessions here on the show. We are in part 3 of those sessions. You can go back to episode 128 and 135 if you want to go deeper in learning how to be at your best personally with the right mindset and energy for longevity as a content creator, and how the pursuit of mastery will set you apart in your industry and help you skyrocket to success. Today, we're going deeper though into that impact side of customer service. Now, you might be thinking, well, Heather, I don't really have customers yet. I just have subscribers or viewers on my YouTube channel. Well, let me tell you, you are at the beginning of your customer's journey. It starts with being a subscriber. It starts with being a viewer. It starts by being a follower on Instagram. And whether you have something to sell or not, it's important to understand these principles of how to serve others well. So we're going to jump into today's featured episode with Sean Cannell talking all about how to be at your best.
Today's topic, session number 3, is a commitment to service. A commitment to service. And here's the big idea. One of the reasons we want to be at our best is so we can help our customers be at their best. I think a mistake that could be made when it comes to being at our best is to think it's about us. Well, how do I just get my stuff right? How do I just build this? I just want to be at me. This is at me best. I'm at me best. Is that Spanish for at our best? And you know, it's all about me. And you do need to have self-care. Like, you got to put your oxygen mask on first in the plane before you try to help your child. Because if you pass out because there's an oxygen leak in the plane, you're not going to be able to even help your child who can't reach and put up the mask themselves. However, life is about serving others. And so our commitment to be well and our commitment to excellence is because we live a life of service. So we're committed to being at our best. So ultimately, we can help our customers, our community, be at their best. So today's topic is commit to service. Commit to service. Here's the definition of customer service. It's the act of supporting and advocating for customers in their discovery, use, optimization, and troubleshooting of a product or a service. And we do have a team called the CR team, Customer Relations Team, CS, Customer Service Team. It's not what they're called, but it's also what it is. But I would challenge you, even though we have CR, our entire company needs to be committed to service. Customer service is not the job of just Chris or Caleb. Customer service is a company-wide philosophy that we are committed to supporting and advocating for our customers, to their discovery, helping them find our program like VRA, helping them use it. Like, are they actually using it? Do they understand it? Optimizing it, making the user experience better, helping them troubleshoot the product or the service. It's not just what happens leading up to the purchase. It's actually the ongoing experience the customer has after the purchase. And a New Voice Media report, though, reveals, watch, that poor customer service is costing businesses more than $75 billion a year. Wow. You know, we have a profit share at our company, and that goes out June 1st, a couple weeks later, about 8 days later as we calculate things. And then it goes out on November 1st. Our fiscal year at our company is December 1st to December 1st to get all the dollars in before the end of the year, to be more strategic and smart about taxes. So we're coming up on profit share. Poor customer service, though, is killing our profits. Like, poor customer service is costing businesses around the world more than $75 billion a year. And that was only 2018, and the number continues to rise. The report claims that brands are failing to create a positive emotional experience that drives customer loyalty. And here's what it discovered. 1, customers don't feel appreciated. Maya Angelou said it this way: I've learned that people will forget what you said, they will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. So people are working with businesses, right? They're having customer services experiences, and they don't feel appreciated. One of my favorite examples of this is every once in a while when Sonia and I will go on a vacation to some kind of a beach town, like Laguna Beach, or to Snohomish, Washington, up in the Northwest. Sonia loves little shops, right? She loves like shabby chic, farm town shops, art shop, like clothing shops, candles. I need to smell the candles. I need to she's a gift giver. She's shopping for gifts. When you go in these shops, like they're in business to make sales. And when you get the person though at the front counter that's looking at their phone, and not only are they not acknowledging you, right? But they actually seem like they're annoyed you're there, right? They actually seem like it's a burden you walked in. They actually seem mad or disinterested. And I'll tell you this, I definitely don't feel appreciated. But on the flip side, I've found that when I have experienced a positive customer experience, you can get me in a buying mood. Like you give me a good customer experience, especially as a business owner, I'm like, man, I just want to give you money because I feel appreciated. It should just be a 101 basic standard, but how remarkable would it be if everybody that came and had a touch point with Think Media felt appreciated? Now, another thing this study discovered was that customers were not able to speak to a person who could provide them the answers they were looking for. So they wanted to talk to somebody. And this is one of the reasons why we do Click with Think and Talk with Think. People want to talk to somebody. They want to connect with somebody. This is one of the reasons why we do chat, but it's also one of the reasons why we want to double down on these. Next is they had rude and unhelpful employees. Next, customers were being passed around to multiple people. Are we fully abreast into the details of our catalog, of our products, so that we're like, I'm not sure. Let me throw you over to another department. That reminds me of sometimes when I might call into Cox, the internet provider, which I'm thankful for the influence of talking to you in this group and our podcast. Not that I want to say anything negative about them, except for their customer experience sucks. And where you would call in, right? And hey, could I get help with my internet? and the person's like, oh, yeah, 1 second, let me put you on hold. Dun, 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 dun. And then it goes click, and it leads to a dead end. So not only do you get passed around, I need to pass you around to somebody else. Dun, dun, dun. That person picks up. The navigation of from person to person has been 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there. Dun, 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 dun. A little bit of music in between, only to be like, what happened? Did the line just stopped? And then the daunting dread fills your very nervous system and the fiber of your being. I got to start the process all over again. My gosh, I'm being passed around to multiple people. Thank God for Sonia, my wife, and our CFO, who is the queen of being on the phone for state taxes and payroll taxes and New York and this or that, and people that don't even know, like, hey, could you tell us, like, what do we need to set up to be set up in the state, to get approved for things, and calling in to literally the people who that's their job. And they're like, I'm not sure. Let me pass you around to somebody else. You know what I mean? So customer service, man, it's $75 billion plus a year is being lost. It makes sense. And then customers are put on hold for unreasonable lengths of time. Here's a question. What is our response time at Think Media? Here's a question. How much are we talking about our response time at Think Media? And here's a question. What is our goal to reduce our response time at Think Media? And so it's kind of cool. You look at something like Facebook, it actually rates the page, typically responds within 15 minutes, typically responds within a day, typically responds within an hour. Metrics that matter. 86% of customers surveyed said that if there was an emotional connection with a customer service agent, they would be willing to continue to do business. However, only 30% felt that companies that they interacted with in the past year had made that connection. And so I want to thank you, because I really do believe we are at a remarkable level at Think Media, but we have a lot further to grow. It's like we're doing the best with what we have, but we're also committed to mastery, which is a beginning student mindset. As good as we are, and people report in great conversations that they have with our team, how loved they feel and the culture here. Beginner student mindset is, man, we're just getting started. And customer service is not just our CR team. If you ever answer an email, as content creators, we never want to just be powerful and confident on camera with the best content possible. We actually want to be the most loving and empathetic in reacting to and responding to the comments after we post a video. Instagram comments matter. DMs matter. Comments on Nolan's videos, Omar's videos matter. And when they see a response as much as possible to make an emotional connection, where this is not a tactic, this is birthed in real love and authentic care for our customers in our community. So who are our Think Media customers? Who are our Think Media customers? I think that for sure, they are people that have made a purchase. They've purchased a book. They've purchased a course. They've purchased a ticket to the event. They've purchased coaching. Who are our Think Media customers? Here's one that you may not think. There are subscribers and our content viewers. You know, brands are not going to pay us, nor is YouTube going to pay us through AdSense if people don't watch our videos. So our content viewers and our subscribers are our customers. How are we loving them and taking care of them? Now, who else are our Think Media customers? Brands we're working with. They're actually customers of ours. They're paying us. And so every brand interaction, and we have an over $1 million a year business in working with brands. So loving those individuals, the representative at the brand, taking care of the relationship, responding quickly, having that open channel, thinking that the golden rule, we want to treat our customers, our subscribers, our content viewers, the brands we're working with the way we want to be treated, communicated with quickly. How about our joint venture partners? You know, our JV partners are just anybody that we're able to promote as an affiliate. But man, we got to stay grateful and humble the fact that we could actually collab with somebody, yes, promote their product or their program or their event or their service or their software. But at the same time, they pay us. Like if money's coming to us, we got to stay grateful. If money is transferred into our account when we do a JV launch for someone else, man, as much as sometimes it could be easy to get frustrated. Oh, they didn't get us the information. Oh, things weren't going, the back end didn't work quite as good as I thought it would. No, what's the positive perspective? They're our customers. We're the ones that get to serve them, even if it's their launch. That's our attitude at Think Media, our joint venture partners. Yeah, Shayla says our VRA members are our customers, right? We want to take care of them. So anybody that gives us money directly or indirectly are our Think Media customers. And listen, we always, Think Media Creed time, we always take the responsibility in the relationship. That's what real leaders do. Extreme ownership. Yeah, but it was on them. It was on them to get me the stuff. No, we always take responsibility in the relationship. That's what real leaders do. And we're real leaders. Can there be a justifiable reason on their end? Sure, but we can never control their end. We could be more diligent to follow up in text, in email, to shoot an audio message. We can have the foresight to say, hey, the night before something, hey, just heads up. Oh, thank you so much for reminding. We can be the ones to go the extra mile. We always take responsibility in the relationship. We want to serve our customers. Now, who is responsible for customer service at Think Media? Is it Isaiah? Is it Jordan and Shayla when they're in email inboxes or DMs and customers are saying something? Is it Brian when he's in DMs and community members or customers at any level? Starter kit, book. You buy a book, we got to honor that relationship. You share a picture of YouTube secrets on social media, you're a customer, man. They've invested money with us. Now, Tony Hsieh, may he rest in power, former CEO of Zappos, known for one of the greatest customer service companies of all time. They were known for, when you start working there, no matter what your job is, they made you spend 2 weeks taking calls with customers and in their call center. No matter what your job was. I think it was at least 2 weeks. If you were going to be a high-level executive, 2 weeks on the phone. If you were going to do social media, 2 weeks of the phone. If you're going to edit video, 2 weeks on the phone. And he said this, customer service shouldn't just be a department. It should be the entire company.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a merman. You find a beach resort for your mer family with a plunge pool, a wave pool, and yoga. What? Mermen do yoga too. If a merman can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I hope you are getting value out of today's episode. And if you've not yet subscribed to this show, I'm going to encourage you to hit that subscribe button on YouTube or wherever you're consuming this content on. And we have a brand new class for you. If you want to learn how to get to your first 1,000 subscribers and beyond on YouTube and earn your first $1,000 without a fancy camera, years of editing experience, or even having to have a film degree, you want to go to thinkmasterclass.com, where I'll be teaching you in a 45-minute class how to actually get your first 1,000 subscribers and beyond. So go to thinkmasterclass.com. I'll link that down below in the show notes as well as the description on YouTube. Well, let's jump back into today's featured content.
Customer service isn't just up to our CR team. It's a company-wide commitment. And this is why we do love bombs. And what love bombs are is at least once a week for 10 minutes, we try to respond to as many comments as possible, as many comments on YouTube, on our multiple YouTube channels, as many comments on our Instagram posts, on our multiple Instagram accounts, as many comments as possible on our TikTok posts, all across the board. And it's pretty overwhelming, but it's why we commit to doing it, and we're going to do it even more. And this is why it's so important that we say thank you and respond to as many comments as possible with gratitude and appreciation. And this is why we pour our hearts into the VRA community, our Video Rake It Academy community. We deeply care, deeply love them, and we want to remember customer service isn't just awesome. You bought the course, peace, good luck. It actually becomes even more important now that they're inside of the program. Are they being communicated with on how to use, optimize, and troubleshoot the product they've already invested in? This is why we did Tech Week a while back. And we wanted to say, especially during the holidays, that we wanted to be showing up, answering questions, being there live. This is why we do the Video Creation Made Simple workshop, and where Daisy and Chris and Nolan and Omar are going the extra mile. I mean, in a way, it's not even the extra mile. It's actually just showing up and being excellent for what people have invested in to get their questions answered. And I want to thank that team for staying on long and answering people's questions and jumping on Zoom and being there to serve and caring about helping people get their lighting right and their camera right and their battle station right. This is why we make sure that on the front lines of CR that we genuinely care and love people, and the entire team does. You know, this is also why we deliver the best free information in the industry. And so I want to encourage you, Kyle Anderson and Steph DeSavo, that when you're editing videos and doing them excellently, and when Omar is breaking down free game, and when Nolan's sharing information, when Heather's teaching people how to make money, it's customer service and it's generous. It's free. We're giving the best free information in the industry. And then it's why we're so committed to giving the best free information in the industry to viewers that we do earn money from ads. And to keep that in perspective, that again, cream rises to the top no matter how many cups of coffee you pour. We are not so saintly that we just make free content and we didn't figure out a way to monetize it. We get that ad revenue or we get those affiliate clicks, but it's from a heart of service. And then we go even to a deeper level when we pour our heart into our courses, content, and community. So we've talked about this need of customer service. It's losing $75 billion a year to businesses. So even just improving this area doesn't mean we even need to create more revenue. It means we'll actually keep more revenue. It means ultimately that as word of mouth spreads, we will create more revenue. And we've defined who our customers are. We've defined who is responsible for customer service at Think Media, hint, all of us. And so I just want to land the plane talking about 3 powerful results of committing to service. 3 powerful results of committing to service. If you're taking notes, write this down. Number 1, world-class service gives us a competitive edge. World-class service gives us a competitive edge. at Think Media. Scott Cook put it this way: instead of focusing on the competition, focus on the customer. It could be really easy to actually worry about our competition, compare ourselves to the competition. It could be really easy to look at the grass on the other side, think that it's greener, but that's just because the light reflected wrong. Secretly, there's toxic poison underneath the grass, and we just got to water our own grass. But ultimately, world-class service gives us a competitive edge. We don't need to be obsessed with the competition. We need to be obsessed with the customer. If we just serve and love and take care of and steward those that are here, watch, we will actually have the greatest competitive edge against the competition. So I love this quote from Scott Cook that we don't need to focus on the competition. By the way, I'm preaching to myself today at our all-team leadership meeting, because I can get distracted by the competition and try to react to what they're doing or copy what they're doing or do what they're doing. I don't want to be obsessed with the competition. I want to be obsessed with the customer. And the competitive side of my nature, though, is it's a better obsession, period, because it's a win-win. You focus on the competition, you might miss out on serving the customer. But if you focus on crushing it for the customer, the creator who understands the viewer best wins, you focus on loving, serving, wowing, over-delivering for the customer. My friends, we will always have the competitive edge. Because truly loving and serving the customer will make your competition irrelevant. And I actually see this so much in our community. We need to help our students understand this stuff. That's why we want to post this as a podcast. We want all of our students, even if they don't have, quote unquote, a product, they do. They're creating content that they want monetized online. They got to be in the customer service mindset. When you're truly loving and serving the customer and you're obsessed with that viewer, man, what are they thinking about at night? What are they worried about? What's on their mind? How can I ail their pains? How can I help them overcome that anxiety and that fear? How can I help them solve that really frustrating tech problem? How can I help them get results on YouTube? How can I help them multiply their income and create extra income streams? How can I help and serve them? The competition's irrelevant if we're crushing it for our customers. And as our culture becomes more selfish than ever, service stands out. So world-class customer service, number one, gives us a competitive edge. One of the reasons why is customer loyalty. 91% of customers say that a positive customer service experience makes them more likely to make a further purchase. Also, investing in new customers is 5 times more expensive than retaining existing ones. And so if we can create world-class service, customer loyalty will encourage our customers will want to buy other stuff from us. They'll want to do other things with us. And trying to constantly find new customers is 5 times more expensive than retaining existing ones. And by making more offers to our existing customers because of world-class customer loyalty. So number one, world-class service gives us a competitive edge. Number two, world-class service results in earning more money. The law of income states you get paid in direct proportion to the amount of value you deliver to the marketplace. We have a service attitude. So the amount of value we give, the other day on Inner Circle, I was doing some hot seat coaching, and the individual goes, "My gosh." I go, "Did you get value today?" And he goes, "Man, I got so much value. This 10 times over delivered for what I've paid for this program so far." And I had already gotten value from just watching the recordings, but this moment. And so our income continues to increase at Think Media. Well, I hope it would, because it's a universal law that you get paid in direct proportion to the amount of value you deliver to the marketplace. Money is the consequence of serving and providing value to other human beings. It's not the goal. See, money is the result. It's the consequence of serving and providing value to other human beings. Now, this might sound kind of weird because, of course, we're in business to make money, but there's 2 different kind of spirits or attitudes business owners, media companies, YouTubers, YouTube entrepreneurs, content entrepreneurs can come from. One is they can just be in the relentless pursuit of money. 2, subtle difference with literally massive consequences in terms of how profound it is. They could just be in a rapid pursuit or a passionate pursuit of serving and providing value. One entrepreneur, one team is in the pursuit of making money at whatever cost. One team is in the pursuit of serving and providing value. Funny thing is, maybe person number one gets money, or maybe they don't, and maybe it doesn't last, and maybe they don't build a real legacy, and maybe they kind of lose their soul in the pursuit of that. But what's fascinating is that if we just become obsessed with serving and providing value, money is the consequence. It becomes a byproduct of truly serving and providing value. And to serve people, you got to get to know them first. You got to understand their wants and their needs. And that's why we are obsessed with helping people win. We're obsessed with doing keyword research and topic research, but also listening to comments so we can truly serve people's wants and needs. Now, businesses can grow. Watch this stat from Bain and Company. Businesses can grow revenues between 4 to 8% above their market when they prioritize better customer service experiences. So we can get almost 10% revenue growth, which directly flows into your pocket in the ability to, when it's appropriate and when revenue is allowed, into raises, but also into the profit share aspect of our company. So just imagine us raising revenue by 10%. There's so many different areas we can raise revenue in, but one that can directly, research has shown, better customer experience, 4%, 8% better revenues. And I discovered a new marketing method. And I know you're like, Sean, you said you're not going to do anything new, and we're not going to do any new initiatives, but unfortunately today I'm announcing one. And it's a new marketing method called WOM. If you're watching this or listening to this, you need to write that down or drop that in the chat or the live chat or the comments or the iTunes review. WOM, W-O-M. Crazy. I mean, with all the opportunity there is on TikTok, with all the opportunity there is, on YouTube, with all the opportunity there is doing a challenge, make an NFT, blow up your brand on the blockchain. This new marketing method is crazy. WOM. And you know what it stands for? Word of mouth. The newest marketing method that we want to double down on Think Media, because we're committed to being at our best, is actually the oldest marketing method that will always supersede all marketing methods. And it's simply this: word of mouth. 94% of customers will recommend a company whose service they rate as very good. 94%. So our question is, what is our word of mouth rating? Like, how many people, and we are experiencing this, how do we raise it up? When they have a great experience, they'll tell other people. Friends, we do all kinds of organic content marketing, and the content team works really hard to edit videos and edit shorts and edit reels and edit video podcasts. And we do all kinds of paid traffic and we embrace ads, and we will continue to do those things. But the truth is that there could be a day when paid advertising becomes unsustainable or just hard to make profitable. There could be a day where organic reach becomes frustratingly difficult. But one of the opportunities to have our business marketed and continue to grow is world-class customer service. It's not free, because it's going to take our love and our sweat and our emotions, and sometimes listening to someone super frustrated but talking them off the fence, or being there, of going high when they go low, of diffusing. And we've seen this happen in our company's history, of negative comments that have come our way, and different things that have come our way. And so but when we deliver very good service, we get that WOM power. WOM, word of mouth. Man, we want to see word of mouth. And one of the coolest things about social media is it actually does allow word of mouth. When people click that share button on that reel, when people click that share button on that TikTok, when people repost or spread the word or forward an email to somebody because it was so valuable, then we are getting that WOM power. But number 3 is world-class service is the path to real greatness. It's the path to real greatness. It gives us a competitive edge. It results in earning more money, but it's also the path to real greatness. Jesus said it this way, the greatest among you will be your servant. Wow. What I love about this is there was this one story where a couple of the 12 disciples with Jesus came to him and they were like, hey, bro, is it cool if Omar sits on your right and Nolan sits on your left? You know? And he was like, okay, well, this conversation is happening. And so he's like, well, listen, it's not for you to get to decide who gets to sit beside the throne in heaven and in eternity. But he said, listen, man, if you desire to be great, then you're going to serve. Then the path to greatness is service. But the coolest thing that happened was the response wasn't a rebuke to the disciples in the pursuit of greatness. And as a person of faith, I found that one of the biggest mistakes that can happen for Christians and in churches is they misinterpreted scripture, somehow thought that ambition for greatness is something that God doesn't approve of, which is anti what scripture and what the life of Jesus would teach. The pursuit of greatness, of impact, of significance, even of wealth, the pursuit of growth and influence is something that actually God blesses. However, he's so clear that says, but listen, the true pursuit of greatness, though, is service. You got to become like a child. You want to be willing to wash someone else's feet, which is something we don't really do in today's culture, and I'm grateful for. But it was something that even the God-man himself, Jesus Christ, bowed and got on his knees to wash the feet that were smelly and that were dirty of Peter, who had walked miles in the hot sun. My son is only 18 months old, and he plays with his little Crocs out in the backyard, in the dusty Vegas backyard. And I'm stunned by how stinky my son's feet already are. I didn't know. I'm already noticing my son's waking up with bad breath. My son's waking up with stinky feet. I'm trying to clean between his toes. I'm talking toe jam. There is some toe jam on Sean Bradley's feet, and I'll clean his feet off. Here's the thing. The God-man, the creator of heaven and earth, was willing to wash feet, the greatest of all. And so ultimately, the world-class service is the path to real greatness. We are not afraid of pursuing greatness, of being in a city on a hill, of shining bright. We just want to be marked by humility. And imagine a company modeled after values like this. Imagine a company modeled after values like sacrifice, like putting other people first, like going the extra mile, like humility, like unashamed pursuit of impact and influence and income, because we want to make a big difference. And the posture of not just the leaders, of not just the C-suite, of not just team directors, but of all team from that is here today or that is here tomorrow, is that we just take that posture of a servant. Ain't nobody in culture want that posture anymore. Everybody wants to be their own king. They want to be their own. They want to be the one. They want to flex on social. They want to brag. They want to boast. Imagine a company, though, that I actually think with the greatest flex of all is that posture of service and putting others first. And I think that the biggest trap we could fall into is thinking that this is about us. And one of the reasons we want to be at our best and we commit to excellence is because excellence will impact our customers and our viewers. And we commit to wellness is because we can be our best for our customers, for our students, and for our viewers, but also for our families. We're going to be best at serving our spouses, our friends, our families, our communities, our local churches, our customers. We're going to be, if we're at our best, but what's it for? It's so we can serve others and lay our lives down. So the biggest trap we could fall into is thinking it's about us when real service or real greatness is marked by service. And finally, as the plane is officially landing, I want to ask the question that who are the heroes at Think Media in terms of framing up
Weeding is the worst. But now, there's Spruce. You'll see visible results in 1 hour and dead weeds in 1 day. And it's safe for use around people and pets. Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer.
heroes at Think Media in terms of framing up our vision and our values. And this was a friend of mine helped me understand this. His name's Donald Miller, and he wrote a book called Story Brand. Who are the heroes at Think Media? The heroes at Think Media, and I believe all of you are heroes listening to this, but the heroes at Think Media, it's not us. It's our customers, and it's our community, and it's the people that we are empowering to take action and to change the world. And when Donald Miller wrote this book, Story Brand, highly recommend it. He said that a lot of this is counterintuitive in the influencer culture, because what all these YouTube creators think is they just think that, oh, it's about me. And especially what the highest levels of influencer culture truly is just sometimes the highest levels of selfishness. But imagine if it was actually like, wait a minute, we're not the hero. The person we're serving is. And Donald Miller makes the point to say, in our business, listen, you're not Luke Skywalker. Our goal is to be Yoda. Short, wrinkly, weird voice, right? Our goal is to be Yoda. Our goal is to be Obi-Wan. Luke was the hero of the story, and Luke destroyed the Death Star. So when we think about our posture of Think Media, even what do? We're an education company. So we are helping people destroy the Death Star. And oftentimes we can get confused, and we're correcting the record today that, listen, our ultimate goal is to destroy the Death Star, but through others. We want to serve others. We will be great at Think Media and shine the brightest when we help the most people win. And the hero at Think Media is the silver play button pictures we're getting and the Monday board that we're filling out with our students getting results. Think about what our mission is. Our mission is not to help 25 Think Media team members live the coolest life possible and be able to do whatever they want and just be able to like flex possessions on social media. That is not our mission statement. Our mission statement is to help 10,000 purpose-driven people create a full-time living, doing what they love while making a difference in the world with YouTube and online video. They're the heroes. Now, of course, we have to be players, coaches. So if we haven't gotten the results that we want to help them get, then we're not qualified to coach. But that's why Yoda could be like, yo, dog, you don't even know how to use the Force. Let me just close my eyes, hum a little. I'm going to lift this X-Wing. That's why Obi-Wan could just, come up to the stormtrooper and just be like, let us pass. He's like, okay, you guys are good. Go ahead and pass. These guys already knew it was, but they realized that there was someone named Luke Skywalker who had a mission, who had a story, who had challenges, who had obstacles to overcome. And he was on a mission to destroy the Death Star, and they were guides and they were servants in helping him accomplish his mission. We want to help 10,000 purpose-driven people. We are already making a multiplied impact, and it's really exciting. But the only way we can create the leverage we need to really accomplish our mission on the earth is if we activate and empower others. That's what leaders do. Leaders don't create more followers. Leaders create leaders. And ultimately, we are wanting to amplify and promote and serve our community and help them not just learn these skills, but learn these values. Because I really believe not only is our mission to help 10,000 purpose-driven people create a full-time living doing what they love while making a difference in the world with YouTube and online video, but it's to experience that success without losing their soul, true greatness. And as the world gets more selfish, We want to spark a movement of service.
Well, that wraps up the session number 3. We've got one more session for you that will be coming in just a few short weeks. And I hope you're getting value out of all that we're delivering through the At Your Best series. And if you've not yet picked up Carrie's book, At Your Best, I'm going to encourage you to get that book in your hands. You can get it on audio or on digital or the real copy, like a real book copy. You can get that as well and read that book. It's going to really inspire you to be at your best. And here at Think Media, that is exactly what we want to do. We want to serve you well. And I hope that you're experiencing that here through the podcast, and for our community and our customers, that you're experiencing hopefully what we're talking about. That is a huge part of what we do here, is to serve you with excellence. Now, we ask you to rate and review the podcast, and we get to share someone from our community every single week. And today it's from Mulatto Lee. And I chose this because he said so good, but then he said, sheesh, so good. Okay, I know I'm not a millennial, but can you just put that audio over that? So good. Thank you so much. It's from Brandon Cook of the Brandon Lee Cook. Thank you for rating and reviewing the podcast and making it fun for me to get to embarrass my teenagers here on the show. We want to thank you for being a part of our community. Rate and review it if you've not yet done that, and we'll catch you in the next episode here on the Think Media Podcast.
Put in Oreo cake sticks. Enter soft mode.
Wake, okay, go back to sleep. No ice baths, no raw eggs, no planks or push-ups, not lift a finger. Lock into your comfort zone.
I'm all comfy cozy over here.
You are now entering the recline of civilization.
In community where you're hearing the same things over and over, getting your mind right, getting your psychology right, and reinforcing the strategy is critical for cutting through the noise, standing out on YouTube, and experiencing massive success. So this framework is the rapid skill development framework on how to quickly learn and master the necessary skills for growing to 100,000 subscribers and beyond.
Hey, welcome to the Think Media Podcast. My name is Heather Torres, and I am your host here on this show, where we help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. Now, when it comes to strategy around YouTube, that's what most experts are teaching. And here at Think Media, we love to go a lot deeper. We understand that in order to be successful on YouTube, to grow a channel to over 100,000 subscribers and really make a big impact, there's so much more that goes into that. So on today's episode, we wanted to dive in deeper into one of the trainings that Sean recently just did. Now, this is a portion of that training that I thought would be really valuable for you here on the show. And Sean is going to give some context around one of our offers that we have here at Think Media. And if you'd like to go deeper in knowing more about what we do here when it comes to understanding how to do YouTube right, and if you would like a free class, you can go to learnvideo2022.com. Actually, today's episode is brought to you by learnvideo2022.com. And that's where we have our free class where you can test drive Video Ranking Academy. And there's so much more you can learn over there. So if you'd like to go deeper after this training and you like what we're teaching here, definitely check that out. Well, let's jump into today's episode and I'll catch you right after.
The rapid skill development framework. And so you can use this to learn and master the necessary skills for growing to 100,000 subscribers and beyond. You know, one of the truths about today's world is that the only way to win is to learn faster than anyone else. We are in this accelerated information age where they've even said this. I learned this, I'm reading a book called Life Force by Tony Robbins. It's all about medical breakthroughs. And it said that even in medicine, there's a half-life that 18 months after a doctor graduates from university, there's a half-life to their knowledge. So about like a year and a half after graduating, their knowledge is 50% outdated. And then it just half-lifes down. So you go 10 years past them getting out of university, and if they're not staying current with their knowledge, they're falling behind. And I know that feels like a lot of pressure, but what it just tells us is that we have to develop the ability to rapidly, continually develop skills and really ask ourselves the question, what are the skills that I need to survive and thrive in the new economy? We have to become, if we want to stay ahead and not just get ahead, we have to continuously learn. I've heard it said that lifelong leaders are lifelong learners. Now, let me know in the comments if you would consider yourself a leader, yes or no. But whether you do or not, let me tell you today that you need to start considering yourself a leader. Literally, think about social media. And only way to succeed on social media and YouTube is to have followers. And the only way to have followers is if you're a leader, because a leader without followers is not a leader. And a social media account or a YouTube channel without subscribers will not be successful. And so ultimately, it's not that you have to be a leader in the traditional sense, like a religious leader or a political leader. But you want to be a leader in your industry. You want to be a leader as a comedian. You want to be a leader even as a vlogger. You want to be a leader. And so lifelong leaders, though, are lifelong learners. If you're currently blessed to have anybody following you, the only way to be having people continually follow you, is you can't stop growing. Because if you stop growing, then those following you, by the way, they'll either stop or they'll leave. So this, I know it feels like a lot of pressure, but that's the responsibility of being a leader. And it comes down to just this commitment. I just got to keep growing. Because that means that I only need to be a few steps ahead today to start my YouTube channel. When I started back in 2010, uploaded my first video, I started teaching. I made a video in my car talking about how to build a video editing PC. I know like 10 times more now, but I knew enough then to start. And people who knew nothing about building computers were like, man, this is very helpful. So I just was sharing my answers for where I was at. But watch, the only way I could be where I am today is if I didn't stop growing. It was a commitment to growth. It was a commitment to development. So here's the question then. How do I rapidly develop the skills necessary for growing on YouTube to 100,000 subscribers and beyond? And we've created this framework that is the rapid skill development framework, and it starts at the tip with strategy. So the tip of the spear, if you will, is strategy. What does that mean? It means to win on YouTube, you got to have the right system. You got to have the right tactics. You got to have the right plan. Maybe you've looked up a video, how do I get views on YouTube? And someone shared a tip or a couple tips of how to do it. You need that. You got to have the right strategy. Like a failing strategy will mean that you ultimately fail. So what is your battle plan for winning on YouTube? What are the tactics? And by the way, there's a difference between tactics and strategy. A tactic is like one thing, like write a good title. But you're never going to win on YouTube by just writing a good title. You need a cohesive strategy. And so what we've learned, though,
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. For instance, imagine you're a vampire thirsting for a lively hotel. You'll find a Vegas resort near some great nightlife. Perfect. You may be undead, but you're the life of the party. And if the forecast calls for sun, at least there's free cancellation on most stays, so you can wait for the perfect weather. Gorgeous. If a vampire can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, yeah.
And so what we've learned, though, is that strategy is the tip of the spear. You're not going to cut through the noise if your strategy isn't solid, but strategy is only one piece of the puzzle. The second thing you need is psychology. And here's, this one's so much more important because information alone is not enough. You don't need me to convince you of that because we literally live in the age where information is at our fingertips. On the other side of the philosopher Google, we can ask any question and get the answer. Information is becoming more and more common. And so the You maybe have heard that knowledge is power or information is power. That's not true. Applied knowledge is power. So you don't just need the strategy, you actually need the psychology. What does that mean? It means the mindset and the will and the determination and the discipline to execute on the strategy. The reason I know this, right, is that if it really comes down to it, if we were to ask ourselves, right, do we know how to be healthy? Do we really need a new book on it? Now, I buy new books on it, but if you really boil it down, it would be eat healthy and exercise. You know what I mean? Like if it doesn't matter if it looks pretty or not. When I exercise, it does not look pretty. When I run, I'm like a hunched over. I'm 6'1", kind of lanky. Like it doesn't look great, but I'm burning calories, and it's good to get out and move. But if you're like me, you still might be watching that infomercial and you're like, oh wow, there's a little device for just 3 payments of $29.99, and I can just connect these electrodes to my abs and have 6-pack abs in a couple months. It's not real. That's not true. The thing is, it's having a strategy, but you actually have to apply it. What is that? That's the psychology piece. So the psychology piece, this is, remember, the rapid skill development. And this is just stuff that a lot of people wouldn't really share with you, because even watching this, you might be like, why don't you teach about thumbnails? Why can't you just tell me the secrets of the algorithm and talk about analytics? We cover all that. Like, we teach all that stuff. But friend, is that really the most important thing? Or is actually the most important thing is you getting motivated and getting off the couch and actually punching fear in the face and pressing record? Is the information the thing you're lacking, or is it actually the mindset and the courage to not be afraid of what other people think and actually share your voice powerfully online? Is it really the strategy and the tips? Is that your biggest challenge, or is it the unbreakable will and confidence to crash through quitting points? So the psychology piece is like having a growth mindset. The belief that you control your own ability and can learn and improve. That's the key to success, right? Yes, hard work and effort and persistence are important, but it's not as important as having an underlying belief that you are in control of your own destiny. And I've personally learned that I've needed to do a lot of mindset work, a lot of belief work, so that I could get myself to take action on the strategy and the information I have. I was just like doing my morning routine today, and I was looking at my bookshelf and I was looking at all the books I haven't read yet. The information is potential power, but I need to not just read the book, I got to apply the book. Psychology, right? Actually putting it into action. So confidence, healthy self-esteem, a resilient mindset that will beat adversity. A strong mindset will increase your drive. Strong psychology and mental toughness pushes you towards your goals. It shifts you into possibility thinking, and it shifts your perspective on things. A disciplined mindset is what's needed to cut through the distractions of modern culture. You do not need endless information. You need the confidence to take massive continued action. Psychology. But that is not the only piece. Yes, we need solid strategy. We need a plan. We need to understand how YouTube works. Yeah, we also need a strong mindset and strong psychology, but there's another piece, and that's community. So community is this piece that we have now studied, and this isn't just applied to YouTube. This applies to business. This applies to like life. It applies to like staying married. What's so fascinating is who you're around really matters. The community around you really matters. Like they discovered, Charles Tremendous Jones said it this way: you're going to be the same person in 5 years as you are today, except for the people you meet and the books you read. That's how he put it. You're going to be exactly the same place you are today in 5 years, except for like basically the information you learn, but also the people you're around. It's just true.
Don't wait in line. Beat the deadline with tax experts by your side. Get matched with an expert who can file your taxes as soon as today. The IRS deadline is April 15th. Hand off your taxes to an expert today.
It's just true. Walk with the wise, become wise. Bad company corrupts good character. The fastest way to change yourself is to hang out with people who are already where you want to be. The most powerful thing I've learned out of strategy and psychology, but how to hack those two things, is community. And I've learned that getting around people, in some cases, well, Sean, I don't know how do I get around people, but I've learned the way I do it, listening to people's podcasts, reading people's books, attending events, being in a community where the impossible becomes possible, where the impossible is logical. For some people around you, they might only see defeat and cynicism, and it might feel like you look around and all you see is people struggling. We look around and all we see is people succeeding. It's not because we're disconnected from the true hardships in the world. It's just when you hang out with people who have a growth mindset, who see possibilities, who overcome challenges, who are not delusional, who just acknowledge challenges and see every challenge as an opportunity that has a seed in it for greater growth, for that every problem is an opportunity. That's entrepreneur thinking, because you need problems to solve. Entrepreneurs solve problems for a profit. But are you around a community that is encouraging you with that and giving you those types of mindset growth? And it's kind of that thing where we talk about this. When it comes to community, there's a lot of stuff that's actually more caught than it is taught. It's one thing to just read words on a page, but this is why I love being immersed and around somebody where stuff just kind of rubs off on you, where courage just kind of rubs off on you, where seeing possibilities just kind of rubs off on you. What you listen to matters. What you read matters. What you see matters. Who you hang out with matters. And investing in that, this has been what I've learned. Now watch. I've learned that strategy is about 20% of the equation. Now, the tip of the spear matters. Sharpening the tip of that arrow is critical to cut through the noise and succeed on YouTube, but it's only about 20% of the success. People overemphasize how important it is. Like, if your strategy is not right, then you will stay stuck. However, think about the unopened course material on your computer or on the cloud. Think about the unread book on your shelf, right? Think about the unapplied note you wrote in your journal. That's why when you really just think about it, you go, okay, like I needed to know the thing to do, but the kind of more important thing is that I actually do it, which is why psychology is about 40% of success. More important is actually applying what you know to do, and therefore having that mindset, having that, having the will and the mental toughness to continually apply it. Because the other thing is that strategy is never instantaneous. So you have to have the mental toughness to know, oh, I tried once and it didn't work. Well, no kidding. You and everybody else. Well, I uploaded one of my favorite things that happens when it comes to us doing channel reviews and doing YouTube coaching is people ask questions. We're open to every question. As people, share what they're struggling with in the chat and in the comments, we're open to hearing and listening, and we have big hearts of love and empathy. But one of my favorite things people will say to me is like, hey, Sean, I've been trying this YouTube thing and it's just not working. That is my favorite invitation, to click through and look at their channel. Sean, I just don't get it. I tried your tips and they're just not working. Oh, really, sir? Okay, let me check. Let me click through and look at your channel. And here's what I see on the channel. I see no cover art. Their avatar is a D, the letter D. They didn't upload an avatar picture, the YouTube logo. I see that there's 6 videos on the channel. One was 12 months ago. The next one was 10 months ago. Then they uploaded one 3 months ago. Then none of them have thumbnails. One's a weird gaming playthrough. Then one is them sharing their tips on success. And then their newest video is like a YouTube short of their dog playing in the snow. Sean, it's just not working. Bro, you're just not working it. Like you could say it's just not. First of all, you haven't even applied the information. Second of all, you haven't even been consistent applying the information. You uploaded 6 videos in the last 12 months, 6 different topics, 6 different formats, and you're not even doing half the best practices applying the actual knowledge. And I understand that takes psychology, and that's why actually doing it is about 40% of success. But the other 40% is that community piece. It's that community piece. Because I've actually learned personally, maybe you're different, that I've learned personally, I can't succeed alone. I have to lock arms and get other people around me. You got to know that something kinetic happens when I'm around Heather Torres. I dream bigger. She helps me reframe. Like, it may seem like I'm always in a positive state of mind, maybe not. Sometimes you're like, you're kind of sometimes a little bit saucy, Sean, but like you know, you'd be surprised. I need Omar and Mel and Heather who speak life into me and hope into me when I'm exhausted and when I'm not seeing, tired eyes rarely see a bright future. And there are definitely moments where I start getting super cynical and I'm seeing a negative future, not a positive future. Community. You need people in your circle. But more than that, like it's like when my friend, when sometimes I'm feeling down, I turn on my friend Peter Voog, who made a mixtape, and I start getting in the right mindset. When I'm feeling down, I turn on, maybe a sermon from my pastor, Jabin Chavez, and I start getting in the right mindset. That's community. I got people in my world that can actually keep me on track. You might be fine alone. I'm not. You might be fine by yourself. I'm not. I need community. And you could go to the back of my book, YouTube Secrets, read the acknowledgments and see the people listed there who are instrumental in my success. Some of them I've never met. It's because I bought their courses, I bought their books, I listened to their podcasts. That's my community. They're helping me get my strategy right and my psychology right. And sometimes, see, we get accused. Sean, you've said this before. Sean, why don't you teach something new? I've already seen this video on Think Media. I can't believe you guys are repeating yourself on Think Media. Well, we need to keep repeating ourselves, sir, because you're not doing it. Oh, you already posted this video. Well, how about you actually post a video? How about that? Oh, I heard you post this in another video. Why don't you actually? Because I've learned this, that repetition is the father of learning and the mother of mastery. So that actually being in community where you're hearing the same things over and over, getting your mind right, getting your psychology right, and reinforcing the strategy is critical for cutting through the noise, standing out on YouTube, and experiencing massive success. So this framework is the rapid skill development framework on how to quickly learn and master the necessary skills for growing to 100,000 subscribers and beyond. You got to get your psychology right. You got to get your strategy right. You got to get your community right. And notice that community and psychology are almost like the foundation that everything's built on, and strategy is the tip of the spear. Every piece matters. They're weighted differently, though. But when every piece is intact, you're going to experience incredible success. And listen, if you have like kind of weak psychology, like you're like, I'm not very confident, I need a lot of help building my confidence, but you have the right people around you, or you're in the right community. And again, that might be a Facebook community. That might be, it's oftentimes multiple things. It could be local community in your local city, but it's also online communities that you're a part of. It's right now. I mean, you're a part of, even if you are never a part of any of our courses or programs and you never join anything, I'm super grateful you're here in the chat right now on one of our Facebook pages. This is as much as we can do, a community that's free. Our deepest level of community is in our private Facebook group on Video Ranking Academy. And then on top of that, it's the strategy. And even if you have a 12% good strategy, your psychology is only 22%, but you have a strong community, then you add those together and you're still going to get momentum. If you can max these out, I got the best strategy. I'm getting my confidence right, my mindset right, my growth mindset right. I'm intentionally, by the way, it's a key word, being intentional about this stuff. I'm intentionally pursuing world-class strategy, the best in the world, getting my mind right and building my mental toughness and confidence and getting around a community. And this is a journey. I've been working on this for the last 10 years and I'll work on this the rest of my life.
New Halo Top with mix-ins in every bite is Halo Top like never before. With 8 creamy and decadent new flavors, layered with deliciousness and still half the calories. So you can ice cream like never before.
And this is a journey. I've been working on this for the last 10 years and I'll work on this the rest of my life. But these are the pieces to rapid skill development. And as we've learned these, as at Think Media, we've discovered these, we asked ourselves, how, this being true, how could we create a community where we could do our best at offering people all of these elements. And that ultimately is what our special offer is all about. It's about the fact that you've got the strategy inside of the course, but it's only 20%. It's critical. I believe it's the best course you'll ever take on YouTube. But you also have one of the things we created is called our Camera Confidence course. And Heather and I researched and studied science-backed psychological and confidence-building truths that are not just things like makeup, background, what clothes to wear, how to look right on camera, raise the camera up a little bit. It's slimming, like some different things, all the practical things, but also the mindset stuff. But then also the fact that we realized we needed to create a community where we could actually realize iron sharpens iron. And we do that in a private Facebook group. And then more than that, and again, you might say, aha, I see what you did there, Sean. It leads perfectly into the fact that you have a solution for that. Well, it should, because I didn't just make this up. Like, this is based on research in personal development, adult learning theory, that you need the strategy, you need the psychology, and you need the community. So we said, how do we actually create that to give all of our students the best possible chance of success? Can we do it for you? We can't. It's on you. Ultimately, you've got to watch the videos. You've got to stay committed to taking notes. You've got to do the workbook. You've actually got to be engaged in the Facebook group. You've got to do all the stuff. But I know of nothing else like it that gives you all the elements. Problem is, a lot of people give you the strategy, but it's only 20%. There is some good mindset training out there, but are they giving you enough of a community to continually build the mindset? And is there even a community? You're like, oh, they promised a private Facebook group, but it's completely dead and there's no one in there. And I don't even blame the people that are letting you down in those areas, because a lot of times they just haven't actually built up a business model that's that committed to customer success. So they haven't hired a faculty and a team to support it. There's no way I could deliver all this to you. I can't. But Sean and Heather and Omar and Chris and Andy and Victoria and Mel and Isaiah and Caleb and Sam, they can. And Nolan and Steph and Kyle. That's a Think Media team. The mission we're on, we're so serious about that we wanted to make sure all the pillars were in place to give you a place where you can quickly learn and master the necessary skills to growing to 100,000 subscribers and beyond on YouTube. And hear me as well. And if this offer, this Learn Video 20, if this offer is not right for you, well, then don't do it. Like, just find these pieces somewhere, because this remains true regardless. You got to get the strategy right, get your mindset right, and get plugged into a community. I'm excited that we might not be the right community for you, but I want you to win regardless. So you need to find a community somewhere. And you need to intentionally build up your mental toughness somewhere. And you need to pick up, this isn't even the only methodology for YouTube. There's a lot of cool people out there. I speak at all the YouTube events, like they're all my friends. There's different approaches. All I know is that we have the most consistent success with our students because it's the most practical YouTube framework that I know about. Sure, there's the unicorn Mr. Beast strategy, but it's a lot rarer for people to succeed kind of going that viral approach to things as opposed to brick by brick intent-based content that we ultimately teach inside of VRA. And so I hope this serves you. And what I want you to do is think about and now rate yourself. How are these areas in your life? The application item is, do you have confidence that you have the best YouTube strategies and information to execute on? If not, you got to go get it. Rate yourself in psychology. Like, do you feel like your confidence, your mental toughness, your drive, your ability to crash through quitting points, your possibility thinking, that you spend almost no time in negative thinking and you quickly bounce back when you get down? That's called resilience. How quickly do you recover from kind of being knocked down or a bad day? How many good days in a row can you connect, and how many bad days can you eliminate? That bad days, it's no longer, you don't even have a bad day. A bad day is unacceptable. It's the bad moments just because of mental toughness. Resilience, bounce back, because that sucks. This is hard. but it doesn't do me any good to wallow in anxiety or worry. I'm going to bounce back from this. It's a mental toughness thing. And then community. Do you have the right people around you? Friend, get these pieces in place, because there's 5x growth happening in the creator economy over the next 9 months. And this is going to be necessary, because the only way to win is to learn faster than anybody else. And so you need to be quickly learning and mastering the necessary skills for crushing it on YouTube.
Well, I hope that piece of that training brought you value. And if you're not already subscribed here on the Think Media podcast channel, make sure you subscribe, because that's where we do free trainings like this all the time. This was just a part of one of our recent trainings, and you can go deeper at Learn Video 2022. Now, if you've not already rated and reviewed the podcast, I want to encourage you to do that. It's one of my favorite things to do here on the show, where we get to read your reviews of this show. And when you do that over on Apple Podcasts, it really helps us to be able to reach more people. People get to check out the show and see what people are saying about it before they commit to 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes of our episode. So I want to shout out Tony Jeffers today. Thank you for leaving a review. Tony says, full of great information. The information here is so detailed and insightful for those that are creating videos online or producing content of any kind. So inspiring and motivating, as well as practical and easy to implement. Thank you so much, Tony, for leaving that review. It means the world to me to see all of the reviews every single week coming in from around the world. And if you have not left a comment on YouTube, we also love to see our YouTube family as well. So make sure you leave a comment. Let me know where you're watching from and how long you've been a part of our Think Media family. Well, thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media. We hope that you enjoy episodes like this. We have so many great episodes coming up, so you want to make sure you're locked in here on the Think Media podcast. Thanks for listening, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Bye.
Make Easter moments magical with the Gold Bunny from Lindt.
Other side of it is that you can go full-time fairly quickly depending on the niche or business you are in. If you go into YouTube having a product to sell, whether physical or digital product, you can monetize really quickly and become full-time really quickly. I know real estate agents that do coaching and consulting and things like that have very small YouTube channels, like 10,000 or less, and they are killing it financially because of the model in which they have their YouTube channel helping their business. So I just think it's accepting that it doesn't have to look like the millions. You can just build your own path in it because it is unconventional.
Welcome to the Think Media podcast. My name is Heather Torres, and I'm your host here of this show, where we help you build your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. Today, I am so excited because I am joined by one of our Think Media family members, Omar El Takori. In today's video, we're going to be walking through what it took to become a full-time YouTuber and 5 secrets that Omar has learned over his journey of becoming a YouTuber. Now, if you've not met Omar over on our Think Media channel, he's actually been creating video, not just with Think Media, but for the last 15 years. He's helped Think Media grow to over 2 million subscribers and has accumulated over 23 million views on videos he's created for the channel. Every day, his content is reaching thousands of people with the purpose of helping them get better with video. Omar's influenced product development for major brands like Sony, Canon, and Adobe. He's also helped dozens of industry-leading experts launch their video podcast and is an expert in the space. Let's get into today's featured conversation with Omar El Takori. Okay, I am beyond excited because this day is finally here. Omar, I've wanted to have you on the podcast for a few years now. We finally made it happen, and I'm excited to bring you to the Think Media fam.
Man, I'm pumped to be a part of the Think Media fam in so many ways, but excited to actually sit down and talk about a couple things that I've learned over the last few years.
Yes, and we're going to dive into some of the secrets to becoming a full-time YouTuber. You've been a full-time YouTuber for a few years now, but I'd like to take the story back, young Omar, and really how you even got into video and how you got into YouTube in general.
Yeah, I mean, it all started in high school. I took an elective, as most people get an option to, and I took broadcast journalism, and it's the people that make the morning announcements. And I always thought it was so cool because, like, second period rolls around and you watch people on screen and they make fun commercials and things like that. And so when I took that, I just fell in love with the process of creating videos and the creativity behind making videos. And so I ended up going to Target, getting like what is called like a USB flip at the time. It had a pop-out USB that you could plug in your computer to transfer footage. But I started vlogging, downloaded Sony Vegas illegally because I was just in high school, couldn't afford it, but started making videos. And then, some of my friends started making music. Then I started making music videos. And long story short, here I am like almost 15 years later, and I'm now teaching all this stuff. So it's really, I found myself really in a cool position to be able to teach the things that I've learned over the course of the years. But that's kind of how it started. And then, as far as like when me and Sean got connected, this was like 2016. Sean was doing YouTube kind of by himself, shooting, editing, and all that stuff. And that's when he connected with you, and he wanted to put together a course with you, Video Ranking Academy. And this is when we ran into each other at the gym. He said, let's go grab coffee. I need help. And at the time I was kind of doing freelance work, and that the rest is kind of history. That was 2016. I think the channel was at around 70,000 subs at the time. And yeah, it's been crazy. And then, fast forward to I think around 2019 would be the first time where he put me on the channel. Like I left from being behind the camera, getting in front of the camera, and we did a collab on a couple of videos. And then slowly but surely, started making videos by myself. And here we are later, post all the crazy things where we got full-time creators, and I'm probably close to 200 videos in. And so I've learned a lot in the process, kind of went full-time in front of the camera at around 700,000 subs. And we just recently passed 2 million. And so it's been a journey, and it's been really cool, but I'm excited to share these secrets.
The chicken or the egg? The question isn't which came first. It's which comes with peanut butter. Duh.
To have you on because I've seen your journey. I've seen you grow into becoming a full-time YouTuber from behind the camera to in front of the camera. And you're right, there are some lessons that you learned throughout that. The first one really is learn the language of video. And I want you to go deeper into that because I think that as people come into this space, they think it's just like a cash machine, right? Like bing, it's all gonna work. But what does it mean to learn the language of video?
I think it encompasses so much, but I think one way I kind of try to make it similarly communicated is that I think video creation is a new form of language. 2010, they stopped teaching cursive, or they gave teachers the option to stop teaching it. And I believe like the world's newest way of communication is through video. And when I think about video being a language, I think of it in the sense of like you understanding the general gist of what it entails to create a video. What is audio? What is lighting? A little bit about editing, just a little bit, because I'm finding that most people that want to just pay their way to success, they're wanting other people to think for them in that regard, but you're robbing yourself from the ability to speak into what you are building. And so I see it like, if you go on like a vacation and you had a translator with you, it'd be kind of frustrating to make your way along the land. But if you knew the language a little bit and can get by and make a couple purchases here and there, you can find your way through the towns better. And so I would say it like just giving taking the time of investment to learn the video game, I guess you could say, and just this. And I think there is a level of just enough in this regard, like knowing what it is to be in focus and what it takes to have a blurry background, and knowing what kind of setup you need to go for the type of content you want to produce. I just think that committing to learning video as a language is key, and so that might just be buying a camera just to learn it, going on Think Media and watching a tutorial. That may be getting some video clips and trying to edit it yourself and learning how to add a title, and so that that it's called, put a title on that video when you're correcting your future editor. So I just think it'll help you communicate what you're trying to do over time when you learn video. And so that's what Think Media is for. That's kind of like why we exist, is so that people who know nothing about video can get started when it comes to either editing, just using your smartphone, wanting to start live streaming, starting a video podcast like this. We want to help you learn those things, and that's who I'm thinking about when I'm creating this content.
Yeah, I love so much when you talk about even just like the language of video. Even over the years, as we've seen video platforms come and go, Vine, and now we've TikTok, and now YouTube has shorts, and then long form video, and then video podcasts. Like the language is also changing too. So it's staying up to date with that. And I think number 2 would be becoming a YouTube connoisseur and really understanding the game of YouTube. Because what's incredible is that this is one of the fastest growing small business types. YouTube alone has over 400,000 full-time content creators happening, and that's just starting. Like, we're just at the beginning of this. And so for you to really speak into what does it mean to become a YouTube connoisseur and understand this platform specifically.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to win at a sport if you don't know how to play it. I picked up golf, and I learned that there's 2 ways of learning golf. Number 1 is like actually playing the sport, and the other one of it is the etiquette. Like, you could play with a group of people, and if you have the wrong etiquette, they will not want to play with you. I think learning like the etiquette of YouTube, why things work on YouTube, and what I mean by being a YouTube connoisseur, like, do you even enjoy watching YouTube videos, or do you see it as a cash grab? I mean, I genuinely enjoy at the end of my day going on my YouTube TV. I put my money where my mouth is. I pay for YouTube TV and or YouTube Red, and I don't know. I watch YouTube videos. I just love YouTube. I love that like everyday people can create amazing content, but also you can get the high level stuff from like whatever people you want to follow or subscribe to. But I think there's just so much when it comes to consuming YouTube videos. You're learning, you're absorbing, and then it allows you to kind of like process and how you can communicate that in your own way. And when you're creating your videos or trying to communicate to your audience and maybe hop on a trend or something, like just simply being on YouTube and consuming it can give you so many video ideas. There's this guy right now who's kind of like the new golden child of YouTube. His name's Ryan Trahan. He's literally taking over YouTube. I would say if you are listening to this video podcast and you want to be a full-time YouTuber and you don't know who Ryan Trahan is right now, you need to fall in love with the game of YouTube or become a YouTube connoisseur. And so I just think it only helps. It's hard to be an expert in something if you don't even understand how it's even happening. And so, adjusting fire, knowing that shorts are getting a lot of love. So like, what does that mean for your channel? And learning the things along the lines of what is working for other people and how other industries and niches are creating videos is just so helpful for you to carry that on in your YouTube journey.
Yeah, and I think also what I love about becoming a YouTube connoisseur as a full-time YouTuber is you do get to kind of pick from the buffet of all these different types of creators. There's creators who are just using their smartphone, creating great content, and then there's creators who are building out massive studios and sets, and so it's pulling from those pieces and figuring out what's going to work for you.
And I think it helps with your voice.
It does.
I've taken on communication at our church, being able to preach a couple weekends in the year, and my pastor told me that find 3 voices, and you should be a culmination of those 3 with you in it. So it really becomes you. I think in the same way, based off of your interests and who you're subscribed to and the type of videos you're attracted to, all that kind of plays a role on like the type of creator you kind of want to be, and that can actually influence you in such a good way. This video is sponsored by StreamYard. This is our go-to platform for live streaming to YouTube and Facebook, especially when we have multiple people joining us on a stream. With an incredibly easy-to-use interface for doing cool transitions, bringing in text on the screen, and seamlessly bringing on guests. This is the perfect platform for the new and experienced creators alike.
Chips Ahoy Baked Bites are so soft. With chocolate chips, so not a cookie.
Weeding is the worst. But now, there's Spruce. You'll see visible results in 1 hour and dead weeds in 1 day. And it's safe for use around people and pets. Spruce, the new hardworking, worry-free weed and grass killer.
The perfect platform for the new and experienced creators alike.
Next is never forget who you're serving. As you become a full-time YouTuber, it is, I mean, I'm sorry to tell you, Think Media Podcast, it is a job, right? Like becoming a full-time YouTuber, it's work, but never really forgetting who you're serving, right? Because as you grow, that doesn't mean that your audience necessarily is growing in that way. Go deeper on that for me.
Yeah, I can see how so many YouTubers who kind of just do the traditional route and build an influence on just like them, and that's kind of it. They kind of just hit, I believe, like a tipping point, and sometimes it results in like burnout, but it also results in like, dude, I'm kind of bored, and you know, I'm over this person, you know. But I think there's so much wisdom in realizing who you are constantly trying to reach. And I always like to say this, but like the person that I'm always thinking of when I'm creating content in the most healthy way possible is Heather Torres. You know, she's a mom who takes care of 3 kids, and they homeschool her and her husband, and she's trying to learn the game of video and learn the language. And so as the person who can speak it fluently, I want to always remember that she doesn't always know the terminologies I know. She doesn't always know the insider language that I know based off of the gear and the tech that I'm talking about. And so keeping her at the forefront is really helping me create videos. But I've found myself in certain seasons where I'm just on autopilot, you know, like it's just, I'm making the video just because we got to crank out another video, you know, but keeping the person that I'm trying to help. And I think we help, or we encourage people to always think about the person you are still trying to reach. You know, maybe you've reached a handful of them, but there's still more of those people that you need to reach. And we always encourage that the biggest group of people in any industry is the beginner group of people, the people just getting into whatever the thing it is that you are teaching. And so there are always new people coming into the game of creating content. And so I don't want to lose that. And so I don't want you to lose that. Don't lose your love for the person that's just new. We always encourage repetition. Just be repetitive. Don't get annoyed with yourself saying the same thing over and over. You got to just press record. You got to punch fear in the face. But I just think it's a key element when creating videos, especially and just take it from us, at the level we're creating videos at, uploading upwards to 10 videos a week on Think Media and the Think Media podcast combined. We are thinking about the person we are serving first, and then we go start creating.
So good. Becoming a full-time YouTuber a lot of times can be lonely. Did you ever experience being lonely becoming a full-time YouTuber? And what advice do you have to people who are wanting to step into that? What should they be looking for in building community?
Yeah, I think like you mentioned about YouTube being like a small business, like in YouTube in some sense, if you're wanting to become a full-time YouTuber, you are going on the entrepreneur journey. That's a journey I have found is kind of lonely. You know, when I first quit my job at a church I was working at and wanted to pursue just my freelance work and creative work, you know, I'm hitting up people like, hey, you want to go grab lunch? Like, sorry, man, in a meeting. Like, hey, how about tomorrow? No, I got this thing going. Like, dang, dude, I just want to grab lunch with somebody. Like, it does get lonely. Yeah. And so finding people you can connect with, whether it's in your niche or it's with people who are doing the same thing you're doing, can be so beneficial to you staying in it for the long haul. This isn't a sprint. We say that YouTube is a marathon. And if you want to last, you're going to need community to help you, encourage you when you run out of video ideas, or when you uploaded that video and you accidentally said something that might get you canceled or something, you know, like, I don't know. But like, you need the encouragement and the community to surround you. And that's what we have at so many different levels here at Think Media. We have it on a, on an organizational level with each other, able to speak into each other and encourage each other, but also the communities we're creating for other creators, like with this podcast, like on Think Media, or our VRA students or our boot camp students. Like, we just want to create communities so people can connect with other people that are in the same journey, so that they know that they're not alone in doing this, and that you can bounce back ideas. I think the powerful thing about community is, the idea of testing. Hey, what do you think about this thumbnail versus this one? This one's much better. And we have a thumbnail thread, but I still like texting Kyle. Just, this one or this one. Double tap heart, boom, helpful. I needed that. I needed to go to sleep tonight, and so I needed that affirmation, Kyle. Thank you. But I just think it's so powerful to have that community to dial in certain titles, maybe, or even talk through, like, how was your week? Why didn't you upload that video? You said you were going to upload a video. How about accountability with your community? So I think if you want to be a full-time creator, it's just kind of overlooked that you got to do it all yourself. But the reality is you're going to need a community.
Yeah. And talking about the journey of even becoming a full-time content creator, a full-time YouTuber specifically, I think it's really interesting. We've had this conversation before that to our kids, your daughter, my kids, this is quote unquote normal, right? Like what we do, what mom and dad do, it's
so funny actually seeing Ruby talk like she's on YouTube, or like she's like, hey, Papa, can I take a thumbnail?
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. And so what we're doing, what we're building as a full-time YouTuber, both of us, it's unconventional, right? This journey is unconventional, and actually leaning into that. Let's go deeper into this journey is unconventional, and that's part of becoming a full-time YouTuber.
Yeah. I think the idea of being a full-time YouTuber, being unconventional in nature, is something you just need to accept, because you said a stat, like how many YouTube creators are full-time?
Over 400,000.
I actually think that's dirty data.
Yeah.
Because there are people behind that 400,000 creating content, editing videos, strategically planning, coming up with video ideas. Like, we have full-time YouTubers at Think Media, I think around about 20 plus full-time YouTubers, because we all work for a channel called Think Media. So I think the nature can go so widespread. That is one angle of it. One angle of it is that you can be a full-time YouTuber like I was with Sean, not being in front of the camera, but being behind the camera. I would consider you a full-time YouTuber. You're developing the skills, you're learning the culture of YouTube, you're consuming the content. Dude, you are a YouTuber, or dudette. The other side of it is that you can go full-time fairly quickly depending on the niche or business you are in. If you go into YouTube having a product to sell, whether physical or digital product, you can monetize really quickly and become full-time really quickly. Maybe you're a real estate agent. I know real estate agents that do coaching and consulting and things like that have very small YouTube channels, like 10,000 or less, and they are killing it financially because of the model in which they have their YouTube channel helping their business. So I just think it's accepting that it doesn't have to look like the millions. It doesn't have to look like what's traditional YouTube-y, and that you can just build your own path in it because it is unconventional. I mentioned that kid Ryan Trahan doing something that we've never seen before. Well, he's doing something unconventional. We've never seen this before. What's going to come from this? We're going to see a lot of things coming from people learning from what he's doing and doing it until there's just another Ryan or whoever the next person is doing something, again, unconventional. So I would go so far to say YouTube rewards unconventionalism. If you can figure out a way to reach your audience in a new, fresh way, that's another angle to it. But I just think the idea and the secret being that, like, you need to accept the reality that you being a full-time YouTuber is not.
Kickstart your day with breakfast faves from Tropical Smoothie Cafe. You're on Tropic Time now.
Necessarily normal.
Yeah. Okay, I'm throwing this wild card at you.
Oh, dang.
Here we go. What do you love about being a full-time YouTuber?
Oh, man. I would say maybe the first thing that comes to mind in regards to what I love about being a full-time YouTuber is when I get to meet the people in person, when I catch them at a convention or a conference and they tell me how helpful the videos are. I'm in the comments like crazy. I understand that making these videos are helping a ton of people, but it's when the people share their story real quick, whether, how it's helped them go from this place to that place, it really does make me encouraged to keep making videos. Back to community. I need the human connection still, even though, we are connected in some capacity online and all that stuff. But it's funny because there can go weeks where I don't leave like a 5-mile radius, like Kyle Anderson Studios is maybe a 7-minute drive from my house, and
that's where we record. Just so people know.
Yeah, that's where we record.
It's not really a studio, actually.
It's not a real studio. We had somebody come who thought it was an actual studio, and they're like, "Oh, it's a house."
It's a house.
Yeah. But then when I get out there and go to these conventions and conferences, I'm just so encouraged to see that the content is helping you. When people say thank you, it goes a long way for me. Like, because we make these videos kind of in an offense mentality, like whether you like it or not, we're putting out this video type thing. But just it's good to know that it's being received well and it's actually helping people. And so I would say that's one of my favorite things and one of the coolest things about being a full-time YouTuber.
What are you excited about for this next phase in YouTube? As YouTube's growing, as more people are becoming full-timers. I mean, we just heard from a student today. They just reached 100,000. They are now full-time, 100,000 subscribers. They're now full-time. They're starting to grow a team. Like, we're seeing this happen in our community on a weekly basis now. What are you excited about for the future of YouTube?
I think I'm just more excited to see it work for more people. Like, because I genuinely believe there's a space for you on YouTube, and that there is a place for you, and that it's not too crowded. YouTube has a way of making the idea of it being crowded like not be real, because you see everyday newcomers grow and thrive. They've just found their way of reaching their audience in a new, unconventional way. So I think it's more or less like I get excited seeing these newer creators like Orion, seeing newer creators, or even when my life is changing, like I maybe want to buy a van or an RV. And so
yes, wait, can we pause there? I'm so bummed Omar started watching Van Lifers.
I know. I started, and then I stumble upon people who are killing it. It's just kind of cool. It's like YouTube is just the younger brother, the older brother you never had. Like it'll be there with the people that you need help from for my future as how I'm growing as a human being, but also the newcomers and the people who just somehow were able to hit 1 million subscribers in a month. Like, that's exciting, like to learn people who are jumping in and still finding a huge success. So I think I'm excited that the opportunity of YouTube is still wide open.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Omar, for
it's so fun.
We did it.
I did it.
We did it. This is the first of many times Omar's going to be
Thank you for inviting me on your show, Heather.
I'm here for all of the firsts, but you share so much wisdom on a weekly basis over on our Think Media channel, and you've been crushing the reels right now, Omar, over on your Instagram. So make sure you follow Omar over on Instagram if you want to see not just Omar, but the cutest toddler ever, because Ruby's a content creator now as well.
She's the secret to the brand.
Yeah. So thanks, Omar, for being on.
Thank you.
Well, I hope that you got value out of that conversation. I always love having the Think fam here in the studio and on the show. Wasn't that great to get to hear a little bit more about Omar's story and, just his secrets to becoming a full-time YouTuber. And if you want to see another featured content creator here on the show, let me know in the comment section below if you are watching on YouTube. And if you've not yet rated and reviewed the podcast over on Apple iTunes and you are an avid listener over there, I'm going to encourage you to go over and actually rate and review the show. It helps us see if we're delivering the right content that you like, and it helps other content creators know that they are in the right place when they read those reviews. Today's review comes from Lori Blue Eyes, and she says, awesome team to follow. If you are even entertaining the idea of creating a YouTube channel, this is the podcast for you. Such great information. Thanks, Lori, for leaving that review. I'm so grateful for you being a part of our Think Media family, and I hope that today's episode has brought you value and that you are going to be on the path to becoming a full-time YouTuber. Thanks so much for listening. Make sure you subscribe wherever you're watching or listening on, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Bye.
magical with the Gold Bunny from Lindt.
I want to encourage you that every minute you're wasting scrolling on a platform could be a minute that you could be figuring out your next video idea, creating your next title, getting the settings right on your camera. Every single time you're picking up your phone to spend time on social media, quote unquote, researching, is time that you're not actually spending doing what is the income producing activity. Tell me if you can relate to this. You are overwhelmed, you're overworked, and you're just plain tired. Well, if that's you and you're a content creator or entrepreneur, today's episode is going to be right up your alley, as I'm going to be sharing with you 15 of my productivity hacks to help you get more done in less time and be able to be creating the content that you want to create. My name is Heather Torres, and I am your host of the Think Media Podcast. Welcome to our show here on the Think Media Podcast channel. If you're watching live on YouTube right now, I want to welcome you for being a part of what we're doing. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. And if you're brand new to the podcast, we post a new episode every single Tuesday. So if you are listening, make sure you subscribe wherever you like to consume this content. On this show, we bring a new web class to you every single week. So you can watch our free on-demand class right now by going to tubemasterclass.com. I'm sharing with you how to get to your first 1,000 subscribers and earn your first $1,000 and beyond, and how to make your YouTube plan for this year. So make sure you head over to tubemasterclass.com if you want to see that free on-demand class. I want to be sharing with you 15 of my time-saving productivity hacks as a content creator. These are just different things that over the last decade I have just put into practice, and I wanted to share them with you today. Number one, I want you to set a timer and stick to it. Work consistently until that alarm goes off, and then be ready to stop until the next time. This is a great hack if you are trying to get as much done as you can in a short amount of time, or really any amount of time. And this to me is the antidote to multitasking. Multitasking is actually horrible. So I want you to be setting a timer and doing the activity that you've calendar blocked in that time, and make it a game, make it fun. See if you can get that edit done in 60 minutes. See if you can get your filming done in 90 minutes. Whatever that looks like, set a timer and stick to it. Number two, keep a running list of video ideas. As a content creator, it's really wise that as you're out in the world, as people are asking you questions, that you just have a running list of those video ideas. I like to use bullets when I'm also thinking of those video ideas of, at the time, if I've got the idea, what are 3 things or 5 things I could talk about in that video? So just keep a running list of those ideas, so when you sit down to write your script, you actually have something in front of you and you're not just staring at a blank piece of paper. Number 3, I want you to remember that it's one video, one idea. I want you to just answer specific questions, do product reviews, do influence surfing, but remembering that every single video is just one idea. So a time-saving hack to this is that rather than trying to shove everything into one video, think about one video idea. Number 4, take the time to write your script and rehearse it before you press record. Almost every single one of my videos that I do now, I actually rehearse it almost all the way through in front of a mirror or in front of the camera, so that I know what I'm going to be saying if I need to be delivering precise content. I think it's really important that you write a script, and we have different script templates for you here at Think Media. I'll make sure to list our video down below in the description as well as in the show notes for you. But be writing out your script. Don't just hit record and try and figure it out. I'm even reading off of a script right now during this podcast to be able to know exactly what I want to say. And I've actually read all of these prior to this podcast, so I rehearsed it beforehand. Number 5, keep your workspace simple and tidy. Nothing is worse than going to film a video and realizing that there's a laundry pile, your desk is messy, there's dishes in your sink, whatever that looks like. Keep your space nice and tidy. I think it's really great when you go to make content to just freshen it up, just keep it nice and tidy. It helps to clear your mind and clear the workspace. Number 6, Choose a simple video wardrobe that you can cycle through easily. This is a time-saving tip, especially for all of my content creators who need to look good, right? That to me is something where I just want to make sure that I am being a good representation of the style that I want on camera, but I actually have a wardrobe in my closet that has about 10 different shirts, a couple jackets. Now I've got some sweatshirts thrown into there, but I just rotate through those all the time. So just keep a simple wardrobe so you're not wasting time trying to think about what you're going to wear on camera. Number 7, if you're using music in your videos, pick a series of songs that feel on brand for you and just use those songs. It's okay if you're repeating music over and over in your video. It can help to brand your video, and there could just be a simplicity to what you're doing, and it can help save time. I know that as a content creator, as you're searching for the right song, that's an air quote, the right song, the right sound for it, you could be spending so much time wasted doing that. So maybe just schedule some time to go into, say, Epidemic Music and go through the different songs that you like. You can favorite them, you can create a list, and then you can just go back and use that same music. Number 8, be willing to upgrade your equipment. You can actually save more time and money when you're using the right gear. I think one of the easiest things that I've been able to do is have my entire desk ready to go to film videos at any time. I literally just sit down, click it on, turn on my lights, and it's ready to go. And I had to invest in that equipment. You know, I wanted to make this a part of what I'm doing as my career. And so I was willing to invest to have it set up so that it's there all the time. So be willing to upgrade your equipment is a productivity and time-saving hack. Number 9, batch your videos by making 2 at a time. This saves you time because if you're gonna set everything up, if you're gonna put your makeup on, if you're gonna get ready for it, you might as well film 2 videos rather than 1. And actually, I'm practicing what I preach right now. I'm sitting down making this podcast, but literally 5 minutes ago, I filmed the podcast that you listened to last week. I just changed my shirt, put a hat on for this one, and I'm filming 2 videos instead of 1 video. The lights are going on, the camera's going on. I'm gonna save time by filming these 2 because I'm already in a filming state. So always film more than 1 video if you can. Number 10, be sure to upload all your raw video footage to a second hard drive or a space in your computer that is organized. As you start creating more and more content, this can bog you down if you need to go back and look for B-roll, if you are just uploading random content and not naming your files, if you aren't backing up your actual footage, you can run into having to refilm things because the hard drive crashed or something happened to the computer. You want to make sure that you are clean and organized when you go into it. This is a huge time-saving tip for content creators. Let me know if you've had files in your computer that say like SB1695 and it's like in a folder and then everything's just kind of labeled and it doesn't have any organization to it. Label it with the actual file name of the video that you're doing, and then as you're putting the photos or the videos inside of there, label those as well so that you can go back and you know what you're doing. Number 11, set aside 1 day to shoot thumbnail photos that you can use for future videos. It was interesting, Sean and I were just talking that the last time we did a photo shoot for our thumbnails was about 9 months ago. We've used the same exact thumbnail images for the last 9 months because we set aside 1 day to take a bunch of photos so that we're not having to take photos every single time we're making a video. Number 12, hire an editor to edit your videos or a graphic designer to create your thumbnails. This is a huge productivity tip that if you are someone who's already in business, already making a profit, I want to encourage you to bring someone on your team. You can get an editor from VidChops, from Fiverr, from Upworks, from inside of our Think Media community with other people who are content creators and actual editors. I want to recommend that if you're not geeking out about the editing process, if it's not your thing that you love to do, then hire that out because you can actually create more content in that time that you would have been learning editing your videos, doing all of those extra things. You can't hire out you, but you can hire out everything else around you. That'll save you a lot of time. Number 13, set deadlines for uploading your videos and hold yourself to it. This is something I had to grow in when I was growing my homeschooling channel. I would set a deadline and I push the deadline. I'd set a deadline and I push a deadline. And once I actually just committed to, no, I'm making this video and it's going out on Thursday, come hell or high water, it's gonna happen. That's when I was able to reverse engineer actually making that happen. So I want you to commit to yourself to when are you going to upload the video? When does it go live? Because if you don't set that time, it's going to sit on your computer. It's going to be something you dabble with on the weekend. It's not going to be something that you're actually putting time and energy into. And when you set that goal, you can actually save yourself more time because you're not just dabbling, you're dominating on YouTube. Number 14, don't reinvent the wheel. This is a time-saving hack for you right here. There are great websites out there like unsplash.com that can create professional-looking photos, or things like project management software like Trello and ClickUp that can help you track. So here's why I put this on the list, because I see content creators wasting so much time trying to make everything look pretty or trying to organize everything, and they're just spinning their wheels over and over again. And if there's already great templates out there, like you can right now look up Trello templates for content creators, and you can get an actual template that you don't have to build. You can go to unsplash.com and look up, if maybe you have a gardening channel, tomatoes, and there's beautiful photos of tomatoes. There are so many ways that you could be saving time by utilizing what's already been created. I think another place that I love to go is actually Etsy. I went to Etsy and I wanted to figure out a script that looked pretty. And I went to Etsy and I found a script. It looked pretty. And so there's so many different places where people have already spent the time to create the thing, to take the picture, to get the B-roll that you could just be utilizing and saving your time. And then last, number 15, take a fast from social media and other things like YouTube. You want to save more time? I want you to pull out your phone and look at how much time you are spending on social media. I know, sounds like your mom telling you what you can't do, but I want to encourage you that every minute you're wasting scrolling on a platform could be a minute that you could be figuring out your next video idea, creating your next title, getting the settings right on your camera, figuring out the live stream you want to do, setting up your new course, getting your podcast launched. Every single time you're picking up your phone to spend time on social media, quote unquote, researching, is time that you're not actually spending doing what is the income producing activity. Whew. Well, we just went through 15 of my time-saving productivity hacks. Let me know which one you liked down in the comment section below on YouTube. I'd love to know if you have extras to add to it. There's one thing I love about the Think Media community. It's how you contribute to the conversation. So down in the comments below, if you have a time-saving hack, productivity hack as a content creator that you've utilized, let me know. I'd love to see that. And if you are someone who likes to listen on Apple Podcasts, I want to thank you for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media. Every single week, I love to read different reviews, and this one was wild. I loved this one. This is from D. Witters. He said, bruh, what if, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark. What if you killed all your excuses? Let's go. And he used all the emojis. I love emojis. So if you leave a review with an emoji, you light up my world. Thank you. But thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media. Thank you for the 5 stars that you left on that review. It means the world to me that you are a part of our community here, that you are listening, and that you are killing the excuses and going all in on YouTube. We have so much great content coming for you in this next season. We've got podcast appearances from Gary Vee, Patrick Bet-David, Shalene Johnson, Omar Al-Takori, so many amazing entrepreneurs who are winning with content right now. I cannot wait for you to hear that upcoming content. Thank you for being a part of what we're doing, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Bye.
The right energy is everything. Rockstar sustains mind-body energy. Rockstar energy.
Look at how Oral-B Electric cleans 100% better than regular brushes. It's time to switch.
90 minutes filming your videos, setting up your space, testing your shot, actually hitting record. That might have shocked you there. You might have thought, an hour and a half, Heather? That's not enough time. I want to encourage you, try and trim the fat. You might need to be practicing your script in the mirror 2 nights before so that you sit down in front of your camera and you're delivering better content. So if you've decided that you want to go all in on YouTube this year, I understand that trying to fit YouTube into your current busy life, whether that's running a business, running a household, in ministry, whatever that looks like, really figuring out how do you make YouTube work in your life. We're going to talk about that and more in today's episode of the Think Media podcast. My name is Heather Torres, and I'm your host here on the show. And if you're brand new, we want to welcome you to what we're doing over here on this podcast channel. If you are watching on YouTube, I want to encourage you to subscribe here on this channel so you get more in-depth conversations around being a content creator, growing an online business around your YouTube channel, and so much more. And if you're an audio listener, I want to welcome you and thank you for being a part of the Think Media world. As the time that I'm recording this, we are in the beginnings of summer. And if anyone's like me, I've already felt kind of the effects of summer. I want to be out by the pool. I want to not be filming videos, and I really want to live that summer lifestyle. But I understand that figuring out your calendar and being productive with your time in this season right now is what's going to catapult your success in the future. And so I'm going to be breaking down first the 5-hour YouTube work week. This is a proven system of how you can spend 300 minutes wisely in your life working on your YouTube channel. We have people inside of our Think Media community right now, inside our VRA community, who are using this 5-hour YouTube work week to help them grow their YouTube channel. So I want to share that with you. And before we jump into the featured content, I want to let you know about my free class where I'm teaching you how to get to your first 1,000 subscribers on YouTube and in your first $1,000 and beyond. And this class, I go into the 3 secrets of success and what's holding a lot of creators back from actually making your best video. So if you want to see that free on-demand class, you can do that over at tubemasterclass.com. Now, before we get into the walkthrough of the 300 minutes you could be using wisely towards your YouTube channel, I want to cover 3 areas that I think are really critical when it comes to talking about time management in general, or productivity, as the buzzword goes, for how to be structuring your time wisely. Now, I am a homeschooling mom of 3 kiddos. Right now we're on summer vacation, which is nice, so I have a little bit more time there. I'm helping to run Think Media podcast and running Think Media, the actual company itself. So I know a thing or two when it comes to having to juggle your time. And here's one misconception. I think that when people think that they can multitask, that actually is a superpower. And I actually don't see it as a superpower. I want you to really be focused in the different areas of your life. And that comes down to number 1, which is actually figuring out your priorities. And I like to do this every quarter. I like to really evaluate the priorities every quarter because every quarter they change. And so I know I just talked about multitasking. For me, this really is the antidote to multitasking. This is actually figuring out your priorities and being totally focused and bought in during that time. And so first, we're going to list our priorities. And these are things in your life that really matter. What are you going to be spending your time on? So I think every single quarter, you should list out your top 5 priorities for that quarter. So over the next 3 months, what does that look like for you? What is a priority? And I can let you know, for me, since my kids are quote unquote out of school, we're a homeschool family. So for us, that's a very fluid statement. But for right now, we are prioritizing family time. We're doing more trips. We're doing more things on the weekends. We're spending more time with our family because of the season that we're in. The second priority is Think Media. That's a huge priority as we're growing this company, as we're bringing people on and hiring, as we're expanding into new areas, growing this podcast and so many different things. It is a priority for me right now. The third one is definitely ministry. You know, my husband and I, we love to open up our home to people and to be able to be there in a real spiritual way for people. And so we want to devote time to that and resources to that. So I want you to actually list out what your priorities are. What are the priorities for you in this season? Because once we know what those priorities are, we can then put them into the calendar. We can be calendar blocking them, which is the antidote to multitasking. multitasking, right? When you know what you should be working on, you should be totally focused in that area. But I want to really take a look at when something is a priority. And is YouTube a priority is a question I want to ask you. When you are thinking about this season, when you're thinking about the next 3 months, when you're thinking about the next year, is YouTube actually a priority? And you may be running a business right now. Maybe you're a real estate agent or a health coach, or you are helping people in finances, whatever that looks like. I want you to break it down even more. Is YouTube a priority? Because if you're going to jump into doing YouTube as part of your marketing strategy, if you're going to be growing a business or a brand with YouTube, then it needs to be a priority in what you're doing, because a lot goes into making your channel successful. So is it actually a priority? And, over the last 6 months, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've lost 20 pounds. I mean, that's only for the people that are watching this, but over the last 6 months, my husband and I have really been committed to our health. We've really been on a journey of just, we definitely got we gained the weight during the lockdown, if you know what I mean. So we were in a season where we wanted to make our health a priority. And, it wasn't what we did. It wasn't like, okay, it's a priority, and then everything changed. No, we had to actually start working towards that goal. We had to start working towards making that a priority in our life. The foods we were choosing, the activities we were doing, those types of things became a priority in our life. And over the last 6 months, my husband's actually lost 40 pounds. I've lost 20 pounds. And it's been such an incredible experience. But the reason that happened, the reason that we got to this end goal was because we made our health a priority. So I want to ask you, is YouTube an actual priority in your life? Are you committed to doing the things you need to do to make YouTube great? And taking this back to even my own experience over the last 6 months, I was committed to getting good sleep, because part of actually being able to lose weight is that getting good sleep. I was committed to eating the right foods. I was committed to making sure I was walking every day or lifting weights every day. I was committed to not drinking and really cleaning out my system so that I could be more healthy. And the same thing applies when you make YouTube a priority. When you make YouTube a priority, you're then scripting out your videos. When you make YouTube a priority, you're sitting down to film 2 videos. When you make YouTube a priority, you're spending time researching and learning about YouTube with us here at Think Media and deeper into our courses. When you make something a priority in your life and you've listed it out, you then start to focus on making that action happen. And I do believe that you should be setting really big goals. When you make something a priority, like I'm going to make my family a priority, and we're going to make sure we eat dinner 4 times a week. When you start making those goals, when you have something as listed as the priority that you're going to spend your time and attention and focus on, that actually becomes easier to accomplish because you've already named it. You've already known that that's what it is for you. So number one, you need to make it a priority. I'm going to get to the actual way to break down those 300 minutes, but I've got 2 more things we need to go through before we even get to that. And the second thing is you need to really evaluate the season of life that you're in. Now, when you look at the season of life that you're in, when you're making things priorities, you really do need to evaluate this. Are you in a season right now where you do have 5 kids at home, and so making YouTube as the number 1 priority probably isn't going to happen? Are you in a season of life right now where, the number 1 thing you need to be doing is getting on the phones with clients so that you can just be locking in sales? So you really need to evaluate the season of life that you're in and just take a step back and really evaluate it as you're looking at your priorities. Yes, family is a priority. Yes, work is a priority. Yes, growing my YouTube channel is a priority. But when I take a look at the season of life that I'm in, that's going to determine how much time I can spend in each one of those priority buckets. So for right now, where I'm at, I'm spending a lot of time in the growing of the Think Media bucket. That's a huge priority for what is in my life right now. Another big priority, like I said, are my kids. Realizing that my son is going to be out of the house in 3 years. My daughter's going to be out of the house in 4 years. My other son, I still have 8 to go. But just understanding that limited time, 4 more summers is all I have with my daughter in the home with us. It makes me really look at that priority different than when she was 2 years old. Right? So looking at the season of life that I'm in, I'm going to determine how much time I'm spending in each one of those buckets. And I want you to evaluate that. Maybe you're driving right now and you're just kind of thinking about what the summer plans are and you're just going week to week. I want you to really think about, what is the season of life I'm in? where am I right now? Like, what are my priorities? Where am I going? How much time can I spend in these different areas? Which is why I created the 5-hour YouTube work week, because I understand that trying to fit in something else into your life can be difficult when you already have so much that you're juggling. So as you're making YouTube a priority, we're going to really figure out where those 5 hours are coming from. And then lastly, before we get into how you spend those 300 minutes, I want you to remember that we really are constricted to 24 hours in a day. There's only 24 hours that we get to use. And I think that the way that we use them wisely is really prioritizing our dreams, our goals, our priorities over other people's. Now, I don't mean this in like the selfish way that you should not be giving time and resources to the people around you. I just mean that if you're anything like me, that one of the hardest parts about putting your dreams and goals first is that you're a people pleaser. And this is something that I'm still working through. Even as a 37-year-old woman, I still want people, when they ask me if I can do something, I want to say yes. I don't want to disappoint them. But if you're going to list your priorities, figure out the season of life you're in, know how much time you could be spending in each one of these areas, then the next thing you have to get really good at is saying no. And I've found over coaching hundreds of different content creators and entrepreneurs that a lot of us have this similarity, that we really do want to make people proud of us and we really do want to help people out. But a lot of times when we do that, those things are the things that are getting in the way of you doing what you're called to do. Doing those other things for other people, I don't think you should always say no. But when you really evaluate, should you be on the PTA? When you really evaluate, should you be running that ministry? When you really evaluate, should you be the person that said yes to taking the other kids in the neighborhood to soccer 3 days a week? Is that actually what you should be doing? And so I've put together a couple ways that have helped me in learning to say no. Because before you can find those 5 hours, we're probably going to have to say no to some things because we are constricted to 24 hours in a day. So a couple ways that I've learned to say no is just saying no thank you. Someone gives you something that they would like you to be a part of. Hey, can you get on the phone? I'd like to pick your brain, right? That happens to me a lot. Or through Instagram DMs. Hey, I've got a question for you. Do you have any time for me? It's not that I don't want to do those things. I just know that if I prioritize every single ask that's coming in right now, I'm not going to be able to do the actual priorities that I have already laid out. So just saying no, thank you. That sounds lovely. Or, you know what? I so appreciate that offer. Maybe someone asks you if you can run something or do something or wants to be a part of something. You know what? I really appreciate that offer, but it doesn't actually fit in with my current commitments. That's one of the things I say. The next one is I'm not actually able to make time for that right now. This is something that my husband and I both had to really evaluate in the last season that we were in. We were asked to lead something, and after prayer and consideration and really looking through what our priorities were, we had to say, like, I'm so sorry, we actually don't have time for that right now. But think of us in the future, because every 3 months we're reevaluating what our priorities are. The last one is, thank you so much for thinking of me. But right now, I'm at my limit for outside commitments. And I say this actually a lot now. When I first got started in YouTube coaching, I said yes to every single person that asked me if I could coach them. And I wasn't even charging what I should have been charging. And so I was spending a lot of time doing a lot of free coaching. I was spending a lot of time, hey, can you look at this thing? Hey, can you maybe just tell me what you would do here? And I was giving a lot of that outside time. And now through understanding that I have certain priorities and I have a certain amount of time I can say yes to things, once I'm booked, I'm booked. I actually don't open up my time slots for more, and I actually increase my prices as I'm booking because I know that my time is valuable and I want to make sure that I'm spending it in the right places. So that could be just a couple ways that you could do that. So let's just recap real quick, and then I'll get into the 5-hour YouTube work week and how you could be spending your time. Number one, you got to list your priorities. Number two, you have to identify what season of life that you're in. And number three, you have to learn how to say no. All right, well, let's jump into actually how you can be creating a 5-hour YouTube work week. Now, this is if you are trying to grow your YouTube channel and you are posting one video a week on your channel. How can you actually be spending your time wisely every single week to be working on moving your channel forward? If you are watching this video right now, I'm going to have right now, bing, on the screen, this is what the 5-hour YouTube work week looks like. And if you're listening while you're driving, doing the dishes, walking the dog, exercising, good for you for exercising, I'm going to just walk through and explain this to you. So number one, you'd spend 60 minutes on researching your video topics, your content, and creating your outlines for your scripts. Now, I'll list videos down below if you are watching on YouTube, and I'll put them in the show notes below of different videos we have of how to make your scripts, how to research for the right videos, what are the right videos you should be making. So you'd spend 60 minutes in your week doing that. Then you would spend 90 minutes filming your videos. This includes setting up your space, testing your shot, and actually hitting record. And that might have shocked you there. You might have thought, an hour and a half, Heather? That's not enough time. Well, I want to encourage you to try and trim the fat, which means that you might need to be practicing your script in the mirror 2 nights before so that you sit down in front of your camera and you're delivering better content. It might mean that rather than making one 35-minute video, you're going to make 3 10-minute videos or 1 10-minute video, right? I think a lot of times content creators try and squeeze everything into one video and not realizing that you're here to make a library of content. So 90 minutes for your filming. Then you'll spend 60 minutes in the editing process. Now, you might again said, alert, alert, Heather, 60 minutes to edit. It takes me 7 hours. I'm just encouraging you that if you only had 5 hours, what would you spend it doing? And I don't want you to be spending more than 60 minutes editing your video. Now, here's what I do want you to learn how to do. Eventually, I want you to outsource this. Eventually, I want you to have a template for this. Eventually, you're understanding that this isn't just you doing it solo, but that you need to build a team around you to make these things happen. Eventually, I hope that other areas that you're saying no to, you can give more time to your YouTube channel and development. But for right now, as we're walking through 5-hour YouTube work week, you want to spend 60 minutes editing. And we have a ton of tutorials on Think Media that'll help you walk through editing software. If I'm editing a video, I'm using simple things like my phone, I'm using my iPad, I'm using iMovie, I'm doing it very simple. Now here at Think Media, we have full-time editors because we're making 10, 12 videos a week. You don't need that. We're doing the 5-hour YouTube work week. So 60 minutes for your editing. Then I want you to take 30 minutes to create your thumbnails for your new video. And you can use a template that we have here at Think Media. We walk you through how to create a thumbnail in 2 minutes or less. So you can find that video and other videos about how to easily create thumbnails using simple software like Canva, and those tutorials will be linked down below as well as in the show notes for you. So only 30 minutes is all you need to make that happen. And then 30 minutes for uploading your video. You want to make sure you're writing the description, putting the tags in, making sure your title's right, and just making it look great before you actually hit that publish button. And the last 30 minutes of those 300 minutes that I want you to use wisely on your YouTube channel is to share out your video, respond to the comments, send an email to your email list, whatever that looks like to be marketing your video. That's what you would spend those last 30 minutes on. So that's the breakdown of the actual 5-hour YouTube work week. If you're listening to this podcast right now, I will make sure that you get the link to this down in the show notes as well so that you can go over to the YouTube channel, subscribe, and also see this video so you can see the image of the 5-hour YouTube work week. But that's it. That's what I want you to spend your time doing if you are in this season where you have 5 hours to devote to your YouTube channel. This is part 1 of a 2-part series of productivity and how you can actually get more done in less time when you know how to do it the productive way as a content creator. I want to say thank you for everyone who has liked and subscribed over on iTunes. Thank you for being a part of our community. Actually, it's not iTunes. It's actually on Apple Podcasts. So thank you for liking and subscribing over on Apple Podcasts. And today I want to shout out Athena. Athena wrote to us and said, this podcast will turn you into a YouTuber. By following the tips shared in this podcast, I have improved my skills and have grown my YouTube channel 6 times faster than ever before. So thank you, Athena, for sending us and rating and reviewing the show. It means the world to me to be able to get to read your reviews and get to see the successes that you're having from being a part of the Think Media community. Thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media, and I'll catch you in the next episode. Bye.
My son Ian was diagnosed with a brain tumor at the age of 16 months. We had no hope until St. Jude rescued us. I mean, they saved him. To this date, we are 12 years into this journey, and from day one, we've never once seen a bill.
When you support St. Jude through your company employee giving program, you can help make cures possible for kids with cancer. To learn more, visit stjude.org/employee giving.
Is YouTube changing? Should you place your investment of time and energy into this platform? Is it still worth it? I'm excited.